Wendy Tucker.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, great. Great. Thank you. All right. Well, it's nice to get it. Thank you so much.
You're good. Yeah. Perfectly fine. Yeah, that's fine too. Another one.
Okay.
Okay, great. The camera should be up here.
That is not possible.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The room now has a live mic for the video stream, just FYI. That got everybody quiet. Yes. Do you need an additional mic, Dr. Dixon? Are you good?
Yeah, I didn't know. I was traveling for like 13 hours.
Nobody can interrupt. There you go.
There is. Someone else who's an extra one? Okay. Did you get enough? I want to make sure the board gets right. Another one. Not, yeah. Okay. Right.
Test, test, still pretty loud. Test, test, test. Maybe a little lower. That's good. Is that one it? That's it. There it is. Test, test, test. You get that recording, I sent you. You don't have to listen, but you got it. I got it. I sent it to you like 4 times. I couldn't figure out how to get it to send, so you may have You were my test case. I figured we'll start with you. I'm doing good. You know it. You did great job. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah. That was good.
Okay, let's begin at 12 o'clock. We'll begin on time. Is this on? It's on? Okay. We've got a pretty full agenda here that's on the board and been distributed to everyone. The important thing today is that we do need to finish by 4:30 so we can get on to important things like recognizing Gary this evening. So we will try to stay on target here as far as the agenda is concerned. The first item that we got on the agenda is a public hearing on the AP U.S. history. Questions have been raised out there. Let me just confirm that we really only have two speakers that have signed up, Jane Robbins and Thomas Schultz. Are there other speakers if we need to get you to sign in and so forth, if there are other speakers for the public hearing? Yeah, sign in sheet over here if you came in. Anyone else, any other speakers? Okay, in that case, we will ask the speakers to limit their comments to no more than 15 minutes so we can get in the time frame. So 15 minutes limit on the speakers. Okay, Gary says he told them they could have longer than that. He was a manufacturer time here. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and begin. You know, we do need to stay on the schedule, so let's be very sensitive to the time requirement. So Jane Robbins, American Principles Project. Jane?
Thank you, Chairman Ralston and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today and talk about this, and I will try not to take my whole time since I know that time is tight. We're here to talk about the College Board's new AP U.S. History, which is known as APUSH, about their new course that they have come up with and is being introduced in schools in Tennessee and across the country, across the world this semester. And we have deep concerns about this, and we are not alone. There are a lot of people who have a lot of deep concerns about this. A lot of historians have concerns about the new framework. So we'll talk about it quickly, what it is. This is the new U.S. History Framework. It comes from the College Board, which is a private organization. It's a nonprofit located in New York City. It was founded in 1900 to set standards for college admission, and it's been pretty much a monopoly since then. The president of the College Board is David Coleman. One thing that we need to look at as far as the College Board is where the funding comes from. It's an extraordinarily profitable nonprofit, and they make a lot of money off of their products, including AP courses. But they also get federal government money, $79 million in direct funding since 2004, and that's sort of a drop in the bucket for them. But the real money comes through money that is sent to the state to allow students to purchase AP products, the AP Test Fee Program and the AP Incentive Program. And there's been a lot of money that has ended up, federal taxpayer money that has ended up with the College Board. So they are private, but not so private. They are not subject to sunshine laws, and they are not subject to open records requests, so we can't find out exactly what's going on or what motivates things. The College Board obviously owns and controls the SAT and the advanced placement courses. And this is a list of advanced placement courses, which includes AP US History or APUSH. The benefits of advanced placement theoretically are that you get college credits and that you get, you can save time and money if you score 3, 4, or 5, usually a 4 or 5 on the AP exam. A 5 would be considered the best score. This doesn't always work out this way. I can tell you my son went into college with 41 AP credits, and he graduated not one day early because he wanted to be there for 4 football seasons. So I don't know how many people actually graduate early because of AP, but theoretically that's the idea. Okay, and the states generally are trying very much to encourage increased AP participation, and Tennessee is doing that as well, as most states are. So what is the difference between the old AP course and the new AP course? The old AP course, which was in effect for some decades, was controlled primarily by a 5-page topic outline. It was a traditional American history survey course, which we all had when we were in college. It relied pretty much on state history standards, which are very uniform throughout the country. Actually, most states have a traditional set of history standards. And the content, the details for the course came through the state history standards. And the teachers pretty much knew what areas were going to be covered on the AP exam at the end of the year because there was a wealth of resource materials. They could see the old exams. There were all sorts of things and practice exams and this kind of thing. So the teachers weren't floundering. They knew pretty much what they needed to focus on, and they used their state history standards. Now, the new APUSH framework is a 140-page curriculum framework and 142-page, and the page, they keep adding things, and so it's gotten longer, and not the 142 may be off now, but there's essentially a 53-page concept outline. So we've gone from 5 pages to 53 pages. So obviously, you've got a lot more detail in that. The original framework, when it came out, had this statement in bold print on the second page. Beginning with the May 2015 AP US History exams, no AP US History exam questions will require students to know historical content that falls outside this concept outline. And what they were saying was, this is the required knowledge for the course. What's in this 53-page concept outline. This is what you have to know. You don't have to know anything else to do well on the exam. They have changed this now. They took it out, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Dr. Ralph Ketchum is one of the nation's leading historians. He's a scholar on James Madison and has written the essential biography of James Madison. And this was his reaction when he read the AP framework. It represents the bad and the ugly, but not the good of American history. The result is a portrait of America as a dystopian society, one riddled with racism, violence, hypocrisy, greed, imperialism, and injustice. Stanley Kurtz is an investigative journalist who has decided to delve into a little bit, once we found out after some delay who actually wrote the framework. Stanley Kurtz delved into it to see who the people were, what their philosophies were, what they've written in the past, and this is what he came up with. And I would encourage y'all to read these 2 articles. Both of them were published on National Review Online, and one in August and one in September. And he said, he demonstrated twice in great detail, step by step, how the authors sought to replace American exceptionalism with a more transnational approach to American history from the perspective of those who are subject to American power. And proponents of this philosophy include Professor Ted Dixon, who was co-chairman of the Curriculum Development and Assessment Committee, and Professor Fred Anderson of the University of Colorado, who was a member of the APUSH Redesign Commission. And the APUSH framework, the change is substantial. In the old topic outline, we had this sentence, and on the identity theme, views of the American national character and ideas about American exceptionalism. That's what APUSH included. That's what the state standards were going to be teaching. The new framework says, this theme focuses on the formation of both American national identity and group identities in U.S. history. Special attention given to the formation of gender, class, racial, and ethnic identities. So you see, this is what we went from, this is what we're going to. They took out everything that had to do with American exceptionalism and put in the leftist trinity of gender, class, and race. And if you look, you will see that all of these things, this required knowledge, all these things that were supposed to be taught in the classroom does not include Winthrop City on a Hill sermon. They don't talk about any founding fathers except George Washington slightly. Little discussion of revolutionary principles and philosophies of the Declaration of Independence. No heroes, very few achievements of America. You read this framework and you get the sense of a country that is ordinary at best. Dr. Fred Anderson said on a debate on the radio on October 1st, when he was challenged about the scrubbing of American exceptionalism, he said, well, that's a fascinating concept. Effectively, it's a faith position. It's sort of like intelligent design. It can't be proven or disproven by evidence, and historians are bound by evidence. So we can't talk about American exceptionalism because we can't prove it scientifically, and this is one of the men who created the framework. And if you read the framework, and I cannot encourage you enough to read it yourself. It is on the College Board website. Don't rely on what I'm saying. Go and read the framework and come to your own conclusion. When I read it, this was my overwhelming reaction. I was depressed when I read it, but this was my reaction, that it was a document about groups in conflict. There's very little focus on individuals. It is a long, depressing story of identity groups struggling with other identity groups. This group is oppressed by that group, and then this group, this happens, and then this group is oppressed by that group. And it really goes on and on that way relentlessly. These are the underlying themes, and the themes and the key concepts are more important than the detail. The themes are what the College Board is clinging so obstinately to. And these are their themes. In 17th and 18th century, the Europeans disrupted the idyllic world of Native Americans. Europeans, especially British, for some reason they like the Spanish a lot more than the British, but the people who wrote the framework do not like British explorers and British colonists. Europeans, especially British, developed the belief in white racial superiority to justify subjugating other races. The only notable aspect of Southern colonies was slavery. Nothing else happened in the South. In the 19th century, looking at the themes, not the details, just the themes, Manifest Destiny was built on a belief in white racial superiority, American cultural superiority. The primary effect of the Western expansion through the Transcontinental Railroad, which was an extraordinary human achievement, the Transcontinental Railroad. The only thing the framework says about it was, well, it disrupted the Indian's life and it killed the buffalo. And then it never uses the term free enterprise or the free market. It uses big business. Big business battled conservationists who sought to protect the unspoiled wilderness. Big business oppressed workers during the Industrial Revolution. And everything is slavery, 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 and more slavery. And this statement I thought was interesting. Immigration led to gender, racial, ethnic, religious, and socioeconomic inequities. Not quite sure how immigration led to gender inequities, but that's what the framework teaches. Underlying themes, the themes are important of the 20th century. Federal action necessary to protect the weak and the vulnerable from rapacious big business. FDR's policies were necessary to end the Great Depression, not discussing how, well, perhaps FDR's policies extended the Great Depression. Large corporations came to dominate the U.S. economy, and then there were environmental catastrophes resulting from pesticide use and offshore oil drilling. Themes of the 21st century. Demographic changes intensified debates about gender roles, family structures, racial and national identity. And then we get into questioning society's assumptions about gender and the call for social and economic equality for women and for gays and lesbians. Conservatism pushed back. Conservatism is always presented as being just a reactionary force. Pushed back against liberal social and political trends, but was thwarted by inertia and opposition. And concerns about climate change led to debates over U.S. dependence on fossil fuels and the impact of economic consumption on the environment. America at War is interesting, the way they deal with America at war. American troops according to the framework, played a limited role in World War I. There were 321,000 American casualties in World War I. World War II, they mention some positive. There are a couple of positive things the framework says about American history. We don't deny that. And they say something that's neutral to positive about World War II. They also include this, that all of these things, the internment of the Japanese, challenges to civil liberties, debates over race and segregation, the decision to drop the atomic bomb raised questions about American values, which obviously you could talk about all these things and should. The problem is that the framework just elevates this to parity with everything good that happened, that America did in World War II. The Korean and Vietnam Wars are covered in 2 sentences. What's missing? from America at war? Well, everything that led to World War II is sort of missing, the rise of European fascism, the Holocaust. The most striking thing that's missing from this narrative of the framework is the heroes, the individual achievements, individual sacrifice. That's not there. But not all military conflict is ignored. There's much focus on battles with Native Americans because that promotes the theme. It carries out the theme of the white oppressors fighting the Native Americans. Chief Little Turtle is mentioned, Dwight Eisenhower is not. And there's more discussion of diplomatic relations with Native Americans after the French and Indian War than of World Wars I and II combined. The Cold War, the way they deal with the Cold War is interesting. As far as Ronald Reagan goes, this is their sentence about Ronald Reagan. He initially rejected détente with increased defense spending, military action, and bellicose rhetoric. But he later developed a friendly relationship with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, leading to significant arms reductions by both countries. So this is the reason the Cold War ended, was that Ronald Reagan finally gave up his bellicosity, which also appears on the sample exam, and got to be friends with Mikhail Gorbachev. Michael Reagan, who is the son of Ronald Reagan, read the sentence. He was not happy with the presentation of his father in the Cold War. What individuals are missing? Well, we could go on and on about who's missing, and the response is, well, it was all missing from the original one too. The old topic outline didn't mention all these people. The old topic outline didn't have to. The old topic outline relied on the state standards to include this material, and that's what happened in Tennessee. Tennessee has good social studies standards, which include a lot of things that the U.S. history framework does not include, and those were taught before. George Washington gets one brief mention. Ronald Reagan is mentioned only negatively. They don't have room in their 53 pages for Martin Luther King Jr., but they do have room for the SDS and the Black Panthers. They could have mentioned anybody they wanted to, and presumably they mentioned the people they thought were important. What other events or themes are missing? Town meetings, importance and principles of the Declaration, Jeffersonian democracy, Jacksonian democracy, religious toleration. Some of the seminal documents and speeches that are missing. And, you know, you can look at the list of them here, including Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, which is just sort of astonishing that of all the things they choose to put in, they would leave that out. And we were thinking about that and decided the reason for that, it seems to me, would be that if you read the I Have a Dream speech, it is very grounded fundamentally in American values. On the American promise of liberty and equality in the Declaration of Independence, and that's not what the emphasis of the framework is about. Now, we have heard rumors that they may put out an appendix or something to add some of these things in, and that's fine, but they're not changing the themes and the key concepts. So anything that comes in is going to be taught from the leftist perspective of the themes and the key concepts. The College Board has been rallying people to the defense, and the first thing in the time-honored leftist way of doing things is to just, you know, to denigrate your critics and say, well, they're just a small group of fringe people. Well, these are some of the fringe people. Dr. Peter Wood, president of the National Association of Scholars, Dr. Ron Radosh, historian, fellow at the Hudson Institute, Dr. Ralph Ketchum, as I said, who is the Madisonian scholar, Dr. Stanley Kurtz. These people are not fringe. These people are very serious people. Three of them are very serious historians, and one is a very serious investigative journalist. But we're all a small fringe. The defense is the new framework incorporates the state standards as it always has. In fact, they say we will eliminate that statement saying that nothing from the state standards will be on the exam. Well, they eliminated the statement and they put in some more words about teacher flexibility. But the problem with that is that every word of the framework themes and concepts remains the same. And the College Board has said, don't you dare mess with this. You mess with our themes and concepts and we're going to pull this AP designation from your course. The essential elements of the exam remain the same. And if you look at the structure of the exam, it is not structured to allow students to be bringing in outside material. Students have a goal of making a 5 on this exam, and these are smart kids. They know the quickest way to a 5 is to give them what they want, to give them what's in the framework. We hear that it's really a balanced document. There are positive statements as well as negative. For example, it identifies the various factors leading to victory in World War II, and it gives America credit for spreading democracy. Yeah, there are a few positive statements in this framework. That's certainly true. But there are dozens of demonstrably negative statements. We are not suggesting that the negative not be taught. No one has ever said that. We are suggesting that things be balanced and that you give the truth, not just the leftist perspective on everything. In over 50 pages of the content outline, the College Board found room for dozens of negative statements. Why was there no room for more than 2 or 3 positive statements? And again, I would urge you, don't take my word for it. Don't take the word of anybody else on this. It's easy to read. It's depressing to read, but it's easy to read. Read it yourself. And then we've heard that teachers will continue to teach the state standards, especially if students must take an end-of-course test. Well, to some extent, in Tennessee, as I understand it, even though I believe there's not a social studies end-of-course test this year, I think it's a transition year. But when you get back to an end-of-course test, it accounts for only 25% of the second semester grade. In other words, students don't have to do all that well on the end-of-course test to pass the course. And the state standards that are presented are probably going to be presented from the slant of the framework. I mean, you can teach the Founding Fathers. You can talk all you want to about Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and those people, but after all, they were white racist slave owners. And so that would be the slant of the framework. Remember, the goal is a 5. An APUSH teacher's goal is to get students to do well on that AP exam. That's much more important than having the child do particularly well on the end-of-course test. If you do well enough on the end-of-course test, you don't concentrate on that. The new course focuses on critical thinking skills rather than memorization, and the idea is that the old exam just asked kids to regurgitate facts, which is actually not true. The old exam did have a lot of sort of critical thinking, where they would be given primary source documents and asked to look at them and asked them to analyze them. And anyway, it is wrong to dismiss learning as memorization. You cannot think critically about facts until you have facts. You have to learn some things. And that is what the old AP US course assumed, and the new one does not. The exam from previous years included many questions focused on critical thinking, analysis of documents, etc. And because of its different structure, the previous exam, in fact, allowed more in-depth writing. It had more long essays. The new exam has a lot of what they call essays, but the example responses that they give are only 1 paragraph long. And so students are not going to be engaging in deep critical thinking in 1 paragraph. So the old exam was actually structured more to promote that sort of in-depth thinking than the new one is. And we heard this in Georgia. One of the Georgia DOE people who defended it said, oh, all these people are mentioned on the sample exam, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Ronald Reagan, etc. Let me tell you about the question that mentioned Benjamin Franklin. It was the first question of the sample exam, and it said Benjamin Franklin was quoted in his autobiography as saying da-da-da-da-da about George Whitefield. And so then they asked questions about that quote, and it did not require the student to know anything about Benjamin Franklin. It could have been a quote from LeBron James, and the student would have approached the question exactly the same way. So there was no knowledge required of Benjamin Franklin. And so mentioning someone, particularly as wrong answers in a multiple choice question, does not mean that students have to know anything about them to do well on the exam. And mentioning only negatively demonstrates bias. In fact, with Ronald Reagan, they even used the same pejorative words in the exam as they do in the framework. And what does that tell teachers? Teach the framework. And then we have the contradictory defense, which is the other defense was, well, it still incorporates state standards, and then the new defense is, well, yeah, it has all of these sort of weird perspectives, but that's the way the colleges teach it, so that's the way we have to do it because this is a college course. Well, all right, and Mr. Packard has said teachers should help students understand that the statements in the framework represent common perspectives in college survey courses that merit familiarity, discussion, and debate. But there are over 3,300 colleges and universities in this country, and there are only 9 of these who wrote the framework. And by the way, on their validation study from 2010 for this course, there were no Tennessee colleges or universities that were included in that. And there are many college professors, such as Dr. Ketchum, who are very alarmed by the slant of the framework. And in any event, parents think when their students are taking APUSH that they're getting a college survey course. That's what they're paying money for. And then they find out that, well, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be this leftist boutique seminar. That's not what parents want. So if that's what the College Board wants to provide, then parents need to understand that so that they can do something else. Or maybe state boards of education can do something else. And then we hear the defense. Well, the students can disagree with this. They can disagree with the bias statements, and they can argue against it on the with the bias themes. But remember, the goal is a 5 on the exam. Now, how many 16-year-olds are going to go out on a limb and say, "Oh, I'm going to argue against this on my AP exam"? In the real world, that doesn't happen. They're going to give back what they think is obvious that they want. So the other thing that is mentioned sometimes, and I didn't even want to bring this up, but the other thing that the College Board is doing is engaging in some ad hominem attacks about people who have brought this issue to the surface, which are demonstrably false. And in fact, there's something that I think Bobby's going to have something for y'all, a packet that includes some information about that. So when you hear ad hominem attacks that people are just out for money or whatever, they are not only false, they are exactly the opposite of what the truth is. So I hope that you would not listen to any of that. This was a response that was written after the College Board came out with its clarification and deleting that boldface statement and adding some teacher flexibility language. The new APUSH is in large measure a stealth attempt to impose a radical rejectionist view of America's traditional claim to be a nation founded on an exceptional commitment to freedom and equality. Nibbling around the edges of this radical vision by allowing teachers to add a few themes of their own will not change its character. That's what we're concerned about, is the themes and the concept outlines, not just all the details. They could add back people. They could throw in some more documents or whatever, but the problem is the themes and the concepts. The constitutional principle whereby states are granted control of America's educational system is thoroughly at odds with the College Board's efforts to nationalize the curriculum. To accept the framework is to grant legitimacy to an illegitimate enterprise. What we have heard here, and people who have been sort of awakened by what's been going on in education in the last few years particularly, is we have these things coming into our state. I live in Georgia, just across the border, and things come in, and whether it's Common Core, whether it's APUSH or whatever, and what we get is, well, it's not so bad, it could be worse, and we'll work with it, we'll tweak it, we'll work around it, we'll fix it. Why do we have to do that? Why don't we just not allow the bad stuff to start with, and then we don't have to worry about tweaking and working around and ceding the level of debate to the people who do not have the same values that we have as far as teaching our children goes. So I thank you very much for your time and your attention to this, and at some point we'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Let's now move to Thomas.
Are we all set? No, this is not me. That's all right. They'll be up in a second. I didn't do a PowerPoint. Probably once in my life I haven't. I'm one of these teachers who started before PowerPoint and had to learn it from my 10-year-old daughter how to use it. And I use it all the time now. But I didn't want to do that today, partly because I just wanted to make a fairly brief statement. I'm actually quite pleased that we have a sort of debate about history. I think the biggest problem historians sort of feel is it was captured by the article in the Tennessean today about this very meeting, where it started off by saying that the problem with history is it's a stagnant discipline. People think of it as a fixed discipline. It's not. History is a dynamic discipline. It undergoes change with new evidence, new ideas. And so it's actually pleasing to me to hear a real argument about history. I feel a little bit like I'm I'm guilty as charged on some of the accounts of how we teach, but I can't actually defend my profession in all ways. I wouldn't do that. I was asked to appear here by the American Historical Association and the chair of my department, but they in no way asked to see my comments or told me what to say. I don't speak for the College Board either. I am in support of new advanced placement guidelines for a variety of reasons, both practical and more philosophical. The most practical reason I have is that advanced placement exam given to students as a college level course, and that their success in the exam is rewarded with college credit. And I do think from the comparisons that I've seen that the new AP exam more accurately reflects the nature of college level courses, especially with the emphasis on reading and interpreting primary sources. Now, to borrow an example, and I guess I'm not a great example for what was referred to as the trinity of race, class, and gender. I study American foreign policy, and that tends to be driven more by elites. And, you know, I teach a first-year seminar on the origins of the Cold War, and among the readings is the famous diplomat George Kennan's article explaining the need to contain the Soviet Union, which was a document which guided a generation of American leaders. Certainly the students will read interpretations of the document, but most college courses, especially in American history these days, focus on understanding and reading primary sources and the student's ability to do this, to interrogate these sources. I think college credit should be given for college level work, and the new AP exam, in my mind, is closer, more accurately reflects the nature of college level historical study. Now let me concede that the new framework is hardly perfect. History is not a stagnant discipline. It's a field of study which is constantly undergoing change as new ideas, perspectives, and evidence emerges. It's not like the crime show of my generation, Dragnet, with Jack Webb saying, "Just the facts, ma'am." Obviously, we do teach some facts. I actually test my students in part to make sure that they have this basic factual knowledge. Many of you will not be surprised to know that even at Vanderbilt, that sometimes is a question. I refer to a scene from the popular movie of my generation, Animal House, when in the midst of a motivational speech to his fraternity, one of the characters remarks, "America didn't give up when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor." And I always remind them, okay, they have to know facts. They can't simply live without that. But let me take another example that I think might be a little surprising, especially since I think some of the concern about the AP exam is generated because of concerns about the political orientation. After he left office, many historians were, for example, prone to write off Dwight Eisenhower's presidency as an era of stagnation in foreign and domestic policy, as America, under the grandfatherly Ike, who preferred playing golf to the duties of his presidency, simply sat on its laurels. Now, that perspective was quite commonplace for quite some time until new documents, and in fact the process of historical interpretation shifted, and our perspective on this period is very different, and Eisenhower's direct role in leadership on many important crises is now acknowledged and understood. And in fact, some of President Obama's partisans actually compared his approach to many issues on foreign affairs to be like Eisenhower's. And to be honest, this would be one of my responses to the argument about the Ronald Reagan. I honestly don't think that they should do more recent history. I think historians are terrible at recent history. That's why they're historians. History, by its very nature, requires greater perspective. And I think for that reason, one of the easiest things to shoot at in the AP guidelines is more recent history, because I do think that reflects more of the partisanship of many of my colleagues. And honestly, most of my colleagues are on the left or are liberal, and I think for that reason would not be as effective in interpreting the recent past. But I think the further back you go, I do think you get a more balanced view. Historical revisionism has something of a bad public reputation. It's politically identified as anti-American and generically leftist. Some of it is, but the vast majority of historical revisionism reflects the engagement of historians with new evidence and ways of thinking about the past. And I would contend personally that all fields of inquiry undergo revisionism as new evidence and perspectives emerge. To borrow from another historian's comment, we wouldn't want to undergo an operation from a surgeon who wasn't current with revisionist medical literature. I mean, that's simply the fact. We want our historians, we want our people of inquiry to be up to date, to understand newer research and see it. So I support this new approach to the advanced placement test, imperfect though it is, but I'm confident that new historical perspectives will emerge, will lead it to be modified over time. Now let me just add, I was not really willing to go to the sort of full-scale defense. I think the AP people will present, I think, a good defense of what they've done. I just want to say that a lot of the problem with historical understanding in the classroom now has nothing to do with the AP test, which is given to a relatively select group of top students. That's not really where the problem is. The problem's more basic, and it deals with the knowledge of history by the majority of our students who never encounter an AP test. And that sense of historical amnesia that I get from young people who don't have to take a history course at all in many circumstances, or can avoid history completely, that bothers me far more than any problem with the interpretation here. And I just, I'm someone who is much more traditional in my historical approach, much closer to some of the things that Jane talked about that were problematic. Like I study individuals. I'm writing a biography of Henry Kissinger. I did work on post-war U.S. policy toward Germany, which is actually one of the more bright spots in American history. The rehabilitation of Germany and Japan is, I think, a singular success story. So I'm not in the category, I think, of someone who blame America first or sees America in a negative light. My real concern is my students just don't know enough history, don't know any history. And at Vanderbilt, if that's a problem, then you can just imagine that it must be much more deeply rooted and a problem throughout the society. But anyway, that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We'll now move to the College Board presentation.
Yeah, I've got you right place. Just click forward and backwards.
Is this okay? Am I too loud to stop?
That's
all right.
Good.
Okay, great. Thanks. My name's Trevor Packer. I've been the head of the AP program at the College Board since 2003, and I was the one who chose to redesign the AP US History program. So if people are unhappy, they should direct their ire at that decision I made. It's been painful to hear Ms. Robbins' presentation. But there are a few key points where I would really agree with her. One is the sort of sanctity of the act of memorization is something we would not want to disparage, that someone cannot construct a historical essay if they haven't learned the facts. So I agree fully with her point that you can't critically think about something if you don't know the evidence and the data. So I agree with that point wholeheartedly. I also agree with her point about the value of balance, the need for balance in the AP US History course. The College Board's role, the AP program's role, should not be to encourage one political perspective over another. So I agree with that point. And I agree with her point primarily that we would love you to look at the documents yourselves and form your own conclusions. I think I would be outraged if I'd received the information that Ms. Robbins has received, outraged if I'd heard the information that you heard in her presentation. I'd be appalled by the notion of discouraging teachers from studying Martin Luther King Jr., discouraging teachers from studying the founders. So I would be outraged by those things if they were accurate. I'd like you to take some time with me now and look at the documents side by side and form your own conclusions. And I'll give you a little bit of the background as to why I decided that a redesign of AP US History was necessary. Many people would think that's sort of an insane move on the College Board's part. The program was growing by 6 to 10% in student participation every year, healthy growth. Why would we invest in making changes to something that was growing so significantly? So let's take a look at the material. You should each have a packet in front of you. If you don't have one, we can get one to you. If you want mine, I've got a copy here. You can have mine. I might have to come grab it from you if I need it in between. Let me give you a little bit more information about my background and just say, I think we're fortunate to live in an organization. I think both Ms. Robbins and Professor Schwartz said this as well. We're all lucky to live in a country, not an organization, where this sort of dialogue about history is not only possible, but important to American citizens. How fortunate we are that people care what's in an AP course. And frankly, I'm surprised that more states don't care. So I would first of all applaud this board for putting this topic on the agenda. I would applaud you for your interest in hearing multiple perspectives about this issue. We're fortunate that people care what students learn in an American history class and in an AP history class in particular. I would also just say from a personal perspective, and I say this as a personal witness rather than a College Board employee, I appreciate and value the work of the Tennessee Eagle Forum. And those of you who may be here representing those interests, I deeply value the preservation of family and family values. I love the sort of quote in Isaiah from which the Tennessee Eagle Forum takes its name. In fact, I teach an Old Testament Sunday school class, and 2 weeks ago I was teaching Isaiah chapters 40 to 49, and couldn't help noticing that in that chapter from which the Tennessee Eagle Forum draws its name, Isaiah compares humanity first to worms and then to eagles. And I think it's a sort of beautiful notion that humanity has both of those elements within ourselves. And a great study of U.S. history will do what Ms. Robbins espouses and what I believe the College Board espouses as well, which is to look at both sides of the American experience. Elements of the American experience when unfortunately people behave like worms, and ways that Americans have risen above those tragedies and traumas to soar on wings of eagles. So I appreciate that and would want to pay tribute to the work of the forum. So let's dive in. Let's look at the material. First, a look at AP in Tennessee. So this is page 3 of the packet. If you have the slides in front of you, just flip over to page 3 in the slide set. I wanted to just give you a sense, and Ms. Robbins mentioned this as well. Tennessee students are doing well in AP, and this past year, Tennessee students qualified for $21 million, just over $21 million in college credit and placement. As Ms. Robbins says, many students don't use that credit to actually graduate early. They do use that credit to graduate on time. The majority of American students, sadly, are not earning their bachelor's degree on time in 4 years, but students who receive AP credit are much more likely within the tracking we do of AP students to graduate on time in 4 years, saving thousands of dollars in college tuition. The majority of college admissions officers are indicating that when they see that AP course on a transcript, it's important. So students are taking AP courses partly out of a desire to stand out in the admissions process. And part of what Tennessee does with AP is that it attracts a large number of AP students to in-state colleges and universities. This past year, 64% of Tennessee's AP students then enrolled in Tennessee, or sent their AP scores, to Tennessee institutions. But about a third of your students use those AP scores to gain admission outside of your state and to get college credit outside of your state. So that puts us all in a little bit of a challenging situation. How do we design AP courses in ways that will allow your students to get college credit in any state while also paying deep respect for Tennessee's desire for local control over what content is taught in an AP US history course? So that's the sort of dilemma we're in as we design AP courses. We need to both make sure your students can get college credit worldwide and that your local standards are supported and respected. So part of the way we design AP is we involve faculty from each state's higher education institutions. This is a list of the 40-plus colleges and universities in Tennessee from which college faculty last year were involved in the development of AP exams and the scoring of AP exams. So you can see a large number of your faculty are involved in AP, and we also involve your teachers in writing the AP exam questions and scoring the AP exams. So teachers from over 100 of your schools are involved in creating and scoring the AP exams. And they partner with teachers from other states and from around the world to do that work. So why did I decide that it was important to redesign the AP program? Well, I decided that based on feedback from your teachers and teachers nationwide. When I first became the head of the AP program, one of the first acts I decided to do was to survey AP teachers and try to understand, are they happy with the materials the College Board is giving them? And what we found is that AP English teachers were happy and AP Calculus teachers were happy, but AP History teachers were very, very unhappy. And why were they unhappy? Well, 2 primary reasons. The first primary reason they were unhappy was that the old AP exam consisted of about 80 multiple choice questions that did not engage students in analysis of primary source documents. There were essay questions that did that, and we've kept those sorts of elements on the new exam. But the multiple choice questions didn't require students to look at documents. So teachers were saying, we are racing through everything we think could show up on a multiple choice question, and I'll show you some of these in a minute. We're racing through all this material, so that we can be ready for, try to be ready for the AP exam. And so we're not spending time reading the I Have a Dream speech. We're not spending time reading the City on a Hill speech. We're not spending time reading the Declaration of Independence. We are cramming as much into our kids' heads as possible because there are all those multiple choice questions on the exam. So the AP teachers hated the multiple choice questions by and large. So we'll talk, that was one problem. The solution we've put in place is to replace those 80 multiple choice questions with 55 questions, each of which require students to look at primary and secondary source documents in American history, or primary and secondary source material in American history. So here's the question that Ms. Robbins mentioned about that she doesn't like about Benjamin Franklin. So you can see for yourself what that question does is it asks students not just to take what their teacher might tell them about Benjamin Franklin, but to actually read what he wrote himself and understand what he was saying about the American religious experience, what he was saying about the evangelical movement during the 18th century. So the new teachers love this change because now teachers are saying, great, I can spend time having my students read the documents of American history rather than trying to cram in a bunch of stuff. So that's the first big change we made, was to replace the 80 multiple choice questions with a smaller number of questions focused on the actual artifacts of American history. The second change we made, and Ms. Robbins mentioned this one, was to go from a 5-page topic outline to a 53-page concept outline. So I want to talk very clearly about why we decided to make this change. So if you look at the old concept outline, this is page 8 of the slides. The old one was only 5 pages long, so on the surface that might sound really great. It's only 5 pages. That means it must give a lot of flexibility, a lot of local control. That sounds great. But if you look at the 5 pages, what you'll see is they actually don't give much local control. They say things like, teach gender, race, and ethnicity in the Far West. You heard Ms. Robbins say that she doesn't like or she doesn't want the teaching of gender, race, and ethnicity, and she talks about that in the new course. It was in the old framework as well. And so that's there, that's been there. Environmental impacts of Western settlement. I question that. Really, should every teacher in the country, even if you live in Maine, have to teach environmental impacts of Western settlement? You'll see that the old framework doesn't mention any of the names that Ms. Robbins claims have been cut. She claims that I Have a Dream speech has been cut, City on a Hill has been cut, the Declaration of Independence has been cut. The Declaration of Independence wasn't even mentioned in the old framework, not once. Names weren't mentioned. Martin Luther King isn't mentioned. All you see is Black America, urban migration, and civil rights initiatives. That's it. Not a single female or minority was even mentioned in the old 5-page framework. But it was 5 pages, so was that good or not good? Let me have you look at a side-by-side comparison, and you decide, I'd like you to decide for yourselves whether the old framework or the new 53-page one provides deeper respect for Tennessee's local standards and control. So what we did with it, what we did is we said, let's pull college professors together, and let's say, we need you to be transparent with teachers about what is truly required for college credit at your university. Rather than just giving them a vague 5-page outline and then writing AP exam questions about whatever you want, we're going to require you to be transparent. For the first time in the AP program's history, we are going to put on paper what could show up on an AP exam so that we are accountable to the public in that way. I see that as a really good thing. Rather than hiding behind a vague 5-page framework that allowed college professors to write any questions they wanted, and I'll show you some of the questions they wrote in just a minute. As Dr. Schwartz says, if anything, the history, the politics of American history departments lean left. So by allowing college professors to write questions on the AP exam for years about anything they wanted, hiding behind the vagueness of this 5-page framework, you will see the sort of questions that your students were asked in the past. You will see that they're not possible anymore now that we've published a 53-page framework that says for the first time to the public, here's what's fair game for inclusion on an AP exam. So let's look at this. I'm going to show you the old framework next to the new framework and an old AP exam question next to a new AP exam question. And I would just like you to form your own conclusions, which provides more flexibility for local control. So looking on page 10 at the old AP US history, in the vague 5-page content outline, you would see a statement like this. This was one of the statements: colonial government and imperial policies in British North America. That sounds nice. It sounds like it gives teachers a lot of flexibility, but it also gave college professors total flexibility to submit whatever test question they wanted. So here's the question that showed up on the exam that they wrote for that. The question is, which of the following colonies required each community of 50 or more families to provide a teacher of reading and writing? Does anyone know? Well, why should we, right? We're in Tennessee. Why do we need to know that Massachusetts required a community of 50 or more families? Why would we do that? Why would that? So this was the problem with the old framework. It was so vague that any question in the world could show up on the AP exam, and what teachers said was that prohibits us from fulfilling our state standards. In fact, 72% of AP US History teachers said that old framework does not give us the space to focus on topics of great local interest. Because if you have questions like this that require teachers to know something that was happening in Massachusetts that is very obscure, they feel like they've got to buy test prep to figure it out. So they would buy 400-page books that would guide them through all the different facts that could show up on an AP exam. Because when you have a vague framework that doesn't tell teachers what could show up on the exam, this is what happens. They have to turn to test prep. So compare that with the new one. On the new one, it's longer because we give teachers more information about what college professors have told us. So college professors have said, what we want them to know, one of the things we want them to know about the colonial period is that the New England colonies, founded primarily by Puritans seeking to establish a community of like-minded religious believers, developed a close-knit, homogeneous society, and, aided by favorable environmental conditions, a thriving mixed economy of agriculture and commerce. You've heard that the framework's relentlessly negative. Here's one of many examples that it's not relentlessly negative. It's simply a description of historical fact. I think, if anything, people would see that as a positive depiction of Puritanism. And so the related exam question now gives total local control to the content students would choose to focus on. Because the questions now, you heard Ms. Robbins deride them, but the questions now provide short answer options like this that say, briefly describe one factor that enabled the New England colonies to develop a thriving economy. That allows your teachers to choose what to focus on in depth. Rather than having to guess what a college professor might decide to ask them about, this question about Massachusetts, you can choose to focus on the example that your teacher deems relevant or that your state standards deem relevant. Let's look at another example. On the old AP US History framework, here's what it said: expanding movements for civil rights. That's what it said, expanding movements for civil rights. And then a question would show up like this. The National Organization for Women was founded in 1966 in order to encourage women to believe in the feminine mystique, challenge sex discrimination in the workplace, oppose the proposed, and on and on and on. This is an organization that is famous in many ways for being a pro-abortion group. And every student in the country had to answer that question because the old framework was so vague that it allowed college professors to sort of hide behind that framework and write whatever they wanted on that exam. This question is not possible on the new exam because every exam question now requires students to look at primary or secondary source materials or to furnish their own evidence, the evidence their local school board decided was appropriate for them. So look at the new framework. The old framework, there's a vague statement, and then how is the teacher supposed to know that? If the statement is expanding movements for civil rights, how is the teacher supposed to know that, oh, I better study the founding date of the National Organization for Women? You can see the pressure this put on teachers and why they hated the old AP US History framework. The new one gives the teachers much more detail from college faculty. Seeking to fulfill Reconstruction-era promises, civil rights activists and political leaders achieved some legal and political successes in ending segregation, although progress toward equality was slow and halting. A very, very balanced, very nuanced description. It doesn't say the civil rights movement was an instant and immediate success. It doesn't say that it was a failure. It says progress has been made, but it's been challenging. And so here's the exam question about that now. Briefly explain one specific example of civil rights activism that curtailed segregation between 1945 and 1980. This provides so much more respect for local control because it allows the student to write about whatever the teacher chose to focus on, rather than having to have bought a test prep book and figured out, oh, there might be a test question about the National Organization for Women, so I better teach my students about that. Let's look at one last example. In the old AP US History, there was only one reference to a battle in the whole AP, excuse me, that's not accurate. There was only one battle ever tested on the old AP US History exam, Pearl Harbor, an American defeat. So if we're worried about an AP program being negative, I would worry about one in which the only battle ever tested was an American defeat. So this is what was on the Olwen, and this one sort of test prep publisher says, Pearl Harbor is the only World War II battle that has appeared on an AP US history exam. Do not expect to see Battle of the Bulge or the D-Day invasions appear as test questions. This was the advice test prep was giving your students. Don't study anything except the Pearl Harbor because the old AP has never tested anything except the Pearl Harbor. In the new AP, there are references to battles and military history all throughout the framework. Here's one from World War II. The dominant American role in the Allied victory and post-war peace settlements, combined with the war-ravaged condition of Asia and Europe, allowed the United States to emerge from the war as the most powerful nation on earth. Again, hardly a negative statement. It is important to recognize that an atomic bomb was dropped, so that's mentioned in the framework. I don't see that positioned negatively as the framework. In fact, my personal belief was that it was entirely appropriate and necessary to drop the atomic bomb. But I can't impose my personal beliefs on AP teachers. That's not the College Board's job. We need to position that in the framework as something that students should analyze in terms of understanding the debate that happened in America that summer when the atomic bomb was dropped. And when Christian Century, the most prolific Christian magazine at the time, was criticizing the dropping of the bomb. It's important that students be aware that there was a debate. America doesn't just do things without thinking. So the framework does ask students to understand there was a debate about the dropping of the atomic bomb, but it doesn't require them to approach it negatively, and it asks them to identify the dominant American role that allowed America to emerge as the greatest nation on earth. I'm mystified by these claims that this is a relentlessly negative framework. And here's the new exam question. Briefly describe one example of America's dominant role in the Allies' World War II victory. Again, you can see this provides much more flexibility. Rather than telling all students, only study Pearl Harbor, it's the only thing that will ever show up on an AP exam. Now the teacher can say, I'm going to focus on D-Day. I'm going to focus on Iwo Jima. I'm going to focus on the Battle of Guadalcanal, because my students now have flexibility to write about the historical evidence that we focus on to illustrate that key concept in history. So we recognize that this is a shift and that we didn't do a great job at the College Board in explaining this shift to people. That's a problem. So we've heard that message loudly and clearly, and we appreciate that message. As a result, we've reformatted the framework. So rather than just having the statements that colleges have provided us about what they want to see for college credit, we've reformatted the framework with 2 columns in the middle that make it very clear to teachers, you now need to pick the content that will allow you to interrogate or question or analyze these concepts that colleges have identified. So the new framework has very clear signals to teachers. You need to control the content. You should select examples, primary and secondary source documents that will allow students to analyze these key concepts. And then we tell them the focus of the AP exam questions, which sends a constant reminder to teachers of the flexibility they have to select content so that students will be prepared to answer those questions that we are sharing with them there. Teachers really support this. As you can see on page 14, a big shift in teacher attitude towards this course. You can see before, for the old AP US History course, 72% of teachers felt it covered too many topics and not enough depth. That's dropped to 6% for the new framework. For the old framework, only 24% felt it had the right balance. That's jumped to 81%. For the old framework, 62% felt the pace was appropriate. That's jumped to 91%. So we're really pleased with the teacher results. You've seen some professors who don't like the changes to AP US History. Ms. Robbins has shared those with you. There are professors who don't like those, but 98% of professors do. So we did a survey before we ever locked down these changes. We need to understand, will colleges give credit for this? And 98% felt that not only it was good, but that it was politically balanced. But if it's not politically balanced, if there are things that rub us the wrong way about it, our committee will want to hear those things and make any tweaks necessary to address anything that is politically charged in an inappropriate way. And I asked them specifically about that example that you saw where Reagan is described as using bellicose rhetoric. It's something that when I first saw the framework 3 years ago, I've got to tell you, it rubbed me the wrong way. I said, oh, that feels like a jab. Bellicose feels a little pejorative to me. I said, why are you using the word bellicose there? They said, hey, Trevor, we don't mean this in a pejorative way. if you look at any college level textbook, or if you do a Google search for Reagan and rhetoric, bellicose is the adjective that appears there, and we simply mean to indicate that he did something fairly remarkable in presidential history, which was to threaten military action, and that is a hallmark of his presidency, but we don't mean that in a negative way. So I said, okay, fine, I can live with that. 3 years later, it's causing more people than me a twinge of pain. So we've gone back to the committee and said, hey, this is rubbing people the wrong way. And they said, well, we're happy to change that. We'd be happy to replace that with Reagan used rhetoric that threatened military action. It's more wordy, but if it avoids a perception that we're critical of Reagan, we're happy to make that change. So we've instituted a public review process whereby we welcome this sort of feedback. And then, as always in AP, we make changes to frameworks in the summer between courses so that we're not disrupting the syllabi that teachers have already created. Let's go through the 3 big myths that you will hear about AP US history and just sort of dismantle them, because there are 3 myths. I don't know what's motivating those who are sharing these things with the public, but I'd like you to be aware of the facts. So myth number 1 is that the new concept outline removes or reduces the roles of important figures and heroes like the founders, Martin Luther King Jr., the Tuskegee Airmen, etc. The fact is, the new framework doesn't remove names. The job of our framework has never been to give teachers a laundry list. That would be the College Board usurping local control. So it's a little bit ironic that people are saying the College Board is trying to take over states and local control, and they're doing that by removing names from their framework, right? So we haven't removed names because the role of a College Board framework is not to dictate that level of content to a school or a state. You'll see the quote from the Washington Post: the changes make AP US history less stressful without being less challenging, because schools now have the flexibility, students have flexibility to use the content their teachers selected. So we asked teachers, what does the new framework excite you to teach? Looking at this new framework, what are you most excited to teach this year? You heard Ms. Robbins say that we've cut I Have a Dream speech. You heard her say that we've cut John Winthrop's City on a Hill speech, that we've cut Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration address. That's simply not true. I don't know why she shares that information with the public, because it's not true. The College Board has not cut any of those things. And in fact, teachers are saying, from George Bush's address to the nation on September 11th, 2001, Ronald Reagan's address to the National Association of Evangelicals, Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream, a letter from Birmingham jail, John F. Kennedy's inauguration address, something else that you just heard from Ms. Robbins, we have cut. We have not cut these things. And in fact, teachers are saying, finally, I have time to teach this now. Now that you're giving me much more flexibility, you're writing exam questions that allow me to help my students develop their own evidence, I finally have time to teach all these people that we've been rushing through in the past. So that's myth number 1, that the College Board has cut people. It's not accurate. The College Board has not cut anyone from AP. That's teachers' role. That's teachers' job to do. Second is that the new concept downplays positive elements like military victories and focuses on the negative. I think I've given multiple examples of how that is not accurate. And if there are things that the public finds negative and inaccurate in the framework that would make it imbalanced, we want to hear those things so we can make ongoing upgrades and improvements to the framework, as AP has always done for decades. Myth number 3 is that the redesign of AP US history is an effort to impose the Common Core. You'll hear this sometimes because the president of the College Board is David Coleman, who is very much associated with the Common Core. He's had nothing to do with the AP US history program at all. I started this work years ago. I had never even heard of the Common Core when I felt it was important to listen to teachers and make these changes to AP. We never once looked at any Common Core material. Common Core is about ELA and math standards. So far as I'm aware, it doesn't have any bearing on AP US history. We were done with this work, and it was published on our website before David Coleman ever became president of the College Board. So let me just assure you, whether you're in favor of the Common Core or opposed to the Common Core, AP US history has no relationship to the Common Core. The Common Core are a bunch of pre-college standards, K-12 standards. AP US history is based on college standards, what colleges require for college credit. It has no relationship to the Common Core. Again, because we feel like we didn't do a great job of explaining these shifts to the public, there's been some principal confusion. So we've taken 3 actions. We've clarified the instructions in the framework to make it clear to teachers that students will have the flexibility on essay questions and short answer questions to provide evidence that they study in their classroom rather than needing to agree with the way that concept has been articulated precisely in the framework. We've implemented a public review process. It started on October 1 and it runs through February 28th, and we would welcome any feedback. And we're starting to roll out the most robust set of supporting materials for AP US History teachers. In summary, here's a statement from the Pulitzer Prize-winning historian of the Civil War, James McPherson. My sentiments are entirely on the side of the AP History framework. It was put together by teachers and historians who have been working on it for years. It is a sound framework that will help teachers improve the teaching of AP History. And each of the nation's preeminent history organizations has come out in defense of the framework. The College Board did not request support from any of these organizations when they saw the false claims and false information that had been circulated by those with interests I do not understand. They proactively issued these statements. You see American Historical Association, the Organization of American Historians, the National Council for History Education, and so on. Those full attestations, as well as all of our materials, are available on our website, www.collegeboard.org/APUSH. Thanks very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Trevor. Any questions or comments concerning any of the presentations? Questions, comments? Kevin? Sure.
Appreciate the presentation. So one comment, just wanted to acknowledge Ms. Robbins' comment about the strength of the Tennessee Social Studies standards. You may not know, but this group's spending a lot of time on the Tennessee Social Studies standards over the course of a couple of years, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that we feel really good when people acknowledge the strength of those standards, given the number of meetings people had on them.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that, Kevin. Okay, other comments, questions? Okay, Gary, I think we've been asked to have this public hearing. We have done that. What more do we need to do now?
Well, it'll be posted on our website, be available for public review, listen to both sides of the presentation. It'll also include a summary of it in the report that we'll provide back to the legislature.
Okay. Any other actions or questions or comments?
There's a resolution in your folder.
My impression is that we are not positioned to deal with a resolution at this point. Are there talks to the contrary? We've not had that in advance to study and consider, and I don't think it's appropriate to deal with resolution here at this time.
Just want to make sure you saw it.
Thank you, Bobby. Okay, other items on this?
There's a forthcoming report from a very accomplished historian and constitutional lawyer who couldn't be here today because of scheduled surgery, but it is going to be forthcoming, and I hope you will take it into consideration before you make a decision.
Make sure we have a copy of that.
All around,
Include
his
record.
name, and
Yep.
it will be coming.
Okay, well, we do appreciate the presenters. All of you did a great job of presenting your story, and we certainly appreciate the preparation that went into that. And I think good presentation. So We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is the math requirement. And Waylon, okay.
Drop down.
Okay. Are we prepared on the 2 o'clock item? Maybe we can take a break. Sarah, are you?
Here's the way the train comes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good, Waylon, we're all ready for you, if you're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay.
Good morning.
Testing 1, 2. Okay. Good afternoon. We want to thank you for the privilege and honor to be here, gentlemen and ladies. We're here to talk about. I think it just quit. We're here to talk about something that's very important to us. Sorry. Is this? Thought you were going to get it fixed. Does that sound okay? We want to talk about high school math requirements and aligning those requirements up with business and industry needs. And I brought some people with me, and I'm going to give them an opportunity briefly to speak with you. But you're getting a handout. The first thing is a list of letters of support you'll find that supporting the ideal that we're, yes, sir. This is Jeff Frazier from RCAM, Dr. Nancy Dishner from the Niswanger Foundation, Mr. Steve Starnes, Director of Schools, Hawkins County, Dr. Anant Golby, Director, Center of Excellence of Math and Science at ETSU, and Mr. King, and then Bobby Eaton, Assistant Principal of Cherokee High School. Last year we developed a robotics program at Cherokee High School. In the process of developing this program, working with engineers from local industries, we soon realized that there was a problem with the math requirements for high school. And I started having some discussions, and I had some discussions with Jerry Bush at Eastman. And according to Jerry Bush, and you have a letter of support from Jerry Bush in the packet, and also a couple emails from Jerry Bush in that packet. Eastman employs about 7,000 employees, and for their hourly employees, they want their employees to have a level 6 work keys exam score, and the math needs for Eastman is algebra, geometry, trig for industry, in addition to this work keys level 6 math. Well, that's a little different than what the state board right now is currently requiring. At this time, I'll let Jeff talk to you. Jeff is the director of RCAM.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me now? Well, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Frazier, and yes, I am the Dean of the RCAM Center in Kingsport, Tennessee, which is the Regional Center for Advanced Manufacturing, which has been my position for the last 5 years, roughly. But I'm also an employee of Eastman Chemical Company. I'm an industrial maintenance manager there who came on assignment with Northeast State Community College to work with our skilled labor transition that we were handing off to Northeast State to be the training supply or provider for us in our skilled labor needs. So that having a position in two different worlds, industry and education, has given me an opportunity actually to view what we're talking about today. And I've got a letter of support from my RCAM position in your packet. So I come with a two hats here today to just speak on behalf of this proposal. One of the things I think from my position in RCAM that's given me the opportunity to do, we are part of the workforce development team at Northeast State Community College through RCAM. And what we do is we actually visit a tremendous amount of employers in the region. So the proposal that the folks in Hawkins County and Wayland has brought to the table essentially is very consistent with what we see from all the companies that we talk to, are these essential skills, mastery level of essential skills that they use in every day. And now from an Eastman perspective, of course, I've been a maintenance manager, and I'm also an apprentice graduate of Eastman Chemical Company in industrial maintenance myself as well. So what we see there is we use WorkKeys, which is a wonderful screen for us to make sure that folks are successful in the programs that are provided by the associate level degrees at Northeast State that we provide through RCAM. So the alignment seems to be very, very good because the actual level 6 WorkKeys, we actually use that, and we have since 2007 to be our initial screen for employment. So before you get the first interview in our operations role employees, you have to pass WorkKeys at level 6 in mathematics. So that allows any of the folks that we hire then to be successful in that. And in discussion yesterday with the academic dean also at Northeast State Community College in the Associates of Applied Science degrees, that we use electromechanical primarily as our feeder program for industrial maintenance. A lot of folks might recognize that as a mechatronics program, electromechanical or mechatronics. That program, the academic Sam Rao, his comment was anyone coming in at a level 6 in WorkKeys would certainly be advantaged in these programs at the associate's level. So I'm pleased really to be a part of this effort to offer up this proposal in support of the proposal to move forward to give out, to really focus in on the mastery level of the things that are actually used on a daily basis. I don't see this as lowering the standard at all, but it's actually focusing in on the mastery level of things that's actually used on a day-to-day basis hundreds of times over a career, if not thousands of times over a career. Thank you.
You have a handout that says Molly on it. If you'll take out that handout, we're just going to briefly look at 2 pages, and it tells you slides 7 and 8. This presentation was put together by the automotive engineer at Molly, and on 7, it talks about 77% of their employees. Molly has about 14,000 employees. 77% of those need some type of technical training. And if you'll flip over to the next page, it gives you a list of that training. If you'll notice the math requirements for Molly almost line up perfectly with Eastman's requirements. You notice it talks about general math, geometry, algebra, trig, mechanical skills, motions, pulleys. So as we started to look around to other companies, it lines up that industry's needs are pretty much consistent throughout the state or in our area, but they're not lined up with what we're teaching in high school. So we're doing really a disservice to high school students because we're not preparing them to enter the workforce or to the TCAT. And I think if you look at the TCAT's requirements, it's WorkKeys level 6, 5, 6, and 7 based upon the different pathways. What we believe is students should select a career pathway based upon their interest, and then the math skills that they're taught should align with that needs of that pathway. Instead of having one math pathway, should be multiple pathways based upon the chosen pathway of the student. Students will be much more successful. If the students are more successful, industry is going to get better quality people, and it's a win for everybody. I don't see a loser in this at all. There's no losers. It's a win for everyone. This time, I will hand the mic to Dr. Bishop.
First, I just want to express appreciation for the opportunity to stand before our state board. I was telling my husband I was coming to do this, and he says, oh, that's wonderful. What will you be talking about? And I said, mathematics, and he started laughing. I am a 38-year educator in the state of Tennessee. I have the privilege now of running the Niswonger Foundation. And in that time, I can tell you that mathematics was never my long suit. But I'm grateful to be able to support the work of what Hawkins County is doing, because we see great value and great potential in this. When we think about the fact that it's gratifying to see that higher education is looking at different pathways for mathematics, and so they're really seeing that we have to look at abilities of students, but we also have to look at aspirations of students. So we're looking to make sure that we are providing them the pathway that they need and the skills that they need to move on with their career. And we see that we're also doing that a lot with our high school instruction as well, as we look at English language arts and we look at science, and we realize that we really are looking at effective pathways to help students toward their future. But mathematics is where we've kind of been stuck. And we followed a great example. We followed the state of Texas as they made Algebra 2 a requirement in high school, and have been very successful in their math instruction, but Texas has taken that away now. They are not requiring Algebra 2 in high school because they saw that it was much more practical to provide more than one pathway and to look again at aspirations and abilities of students. So yes, they still maintain the Algebra 2 for their students who are going into STEM-related careers. They're high flyers. But they also have that applications-based mathematics, which I contend that if it had been in our high schools 4 decades ago, I would have been better prepared for my career as a person who was educated in public schools in Tennessee. I didn't have that option either for Provenance Stats in high school. I had to wait for my master's level and my doctoral level Provenance Stats coursework before I really got that first practical math to propel me on to my career as well. So at the Niswonger Foundation, we have a mission that we are looking to create opportunities for individual and community growth through education. Scott Niswonger sees that mission. He has his name on this room because he believes in education, but he has made his career around business, in forming Land Air, logistics company, and Forward Air. He sees also that need to properly prepare students for their career as well. So we very much are a believer in that individual, personalized approach, and we ask you to consider that. We also ask you to also consider that other part of our mission, which was the community development, because you're going to hear from partners who are going to say, we believe that this is a pathway to help us bring more business and industry in our community and to find the trained workforce we need. Thank you for considering this proposal.
I'm going to try and talk without the mic. My wife tells me that I have a really loud voice.
You need to get it on recording.
Oh, you're doing that?
Yeah.
So this is not an option. Thanks. My name is Anand Godbole, and I'm the director of the STEM Center at ETSU. And the way I see this conversation is that it is a wonderful convergence of many stakeholders. And everyone seems to be talking about Algebra 2, college algebra, and it is a conversation that I think is important, timely, and like I said, I guess I will be representing the four-year college point of view. So a little bit of background. I was the math chair at ETSU between 2000 and 2011, and just in the last 3 months I've taken over as a director of the STEM Center. Okay, I came to ETSU from an engineering school, Michigan Tech, up in the coal country. And there, practically everyone took 4 quarters of calculus, and the question of whether one should be studying Algebra 2 was really not a question, and it never will be a question. Everyone must do Algebra 2 in order to succeed at calculus. And so that is quite a different environment. And what we have at ETSU is something diametrically opposite. Students take either probability and statistics, which is not calculus-based. That would be 90% of our student body. And 10% of them are required to take, not college algebra, we didn't do that, but we said you shall take calculus, recognizing that college algebra is really not a good class as a standalone class, but we feel that it is really a bridge to calculus as it is, and that's the way it ought to be viewed. And I was quite pleasantly surprised by this when I came to our campus in 2000, because this, in my view, represented the kind of forward thinking that I've been trying to advocate and support from that point on. Now, let's talk about the students who take statistics. That's 90% of our students. Some of them have to take developmental studies classes, or used to take developmental studies classes. And 23%, mark this number, 23% of the students taking the highest level developmental math class, more or less equivalent to Algebra 2, were able to pass the statistics class the next semester. 23% passed. And then a couple of years ago, we went through developmental studies reform, and learning support was built into the teaching of statistics. And the way in which we did learning support was more or less a just-in-time approach. The competencies that were identified by the TBR Council were embedded into the class, but the bottom line is that most of those competencies were Algebra 1 based, and we talked about charts and figures and graphical things and ratios and proportions. So it was really the kind of practical mathematics that students needed to succeed in statistics. And what we found was quite amazing. Remember that 23% number. In contrast, 71% of the students who got the Algebra 1 based learning support passed the class. And the percentage of students who got A's, B's, and C's was just 2 percentage points lower than those taking the class without learning support. And, you might say that maybe we gave them an easy exam. No, the exams are exactly the same. We have common exams. So that is an important thing to note. College algebra has never been listed as a gen ed class at ETSU, except for students transferring from elsewhere. And I'd like to give a quote of Dr. Michael Starbird, who is closely allied with Dr. Uri Treisman, who's a conference call many of us were on a couple of days ago. And what he says is that a college algebra class, a standalone college algebra class, is like taking music appreciation in college as a general education class, but they don't let you listen to any music. You just play some scales and study theory and you're done. So I think this is an important point, and he advocates, as do many others, college gen ed classes either in statistics or something called quantitative literacy, which is, I think, in a nutshell, one can think of as being beautiful mathematics. What does industrial math 1 and 2 propose? I think it is the practical flip side, the other side of the coin of quantitative literacy. And I believe that a student graduating with 2 industrial math courses under her or his belt is definitely more likely to succeed in ETSU's Math 1530, probability and statistics, because they haven't really had their mind clouded with multiple attempts to master Algebra 2 skills, which are not used in that class. And they would be much more ready to tackle the challenges of many, many jobs. So this really does address both college and career. It is not a one-sided proposal. And the emphasis on work keys math is fabulous. I've tried hard as a professional mathematician to find flaw with work keys, but I can't. Those questions are really, really excellent. They're practical and they're right on target. And in addition, the 2 semesters will infuse technology-rich statistics and technology-rich trigonometry, which trigonometry might cause the purists to worry that, how can you do trigonometry without Algebra 2? Well, you can. Believe me, you can. And you can do it in a more practical way that is going to have much more impact. Lastly, let me just say that Hawkins County has always been a partner, but in the last year, it has become more of a mission-critical partner. So from ETSU's point of view, we will work with them all the way, and so they have our support. Thanks. again, I want to echo and say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As we sit up here and we have support from ETSU, a four-year college, we have support from industry, we have support from the Niswonger Foundation, we have support from numerous industry partners in our community. I think the need is really here. In Hawkins County, our mission is to, in partnership with all stakeholders, is to educate and graduate each student. Our vision is that those students, when they do graduate, are college and career ready. We think that by being allowed to partner or pilot at least a couple of classes of Industrial Math 1 and 2, and with ETSU's support to monitor and evaluate that program as we go along, I think that is a win-win for our students, a win-win for our region, and a win-win for our stakeholders. We want our students to be competitive when they leave our high school as a graduate. Whether they choose to go to work, whether they choose to go to post-secondary, or whether they choose to go to a four-year college, we want them to have the skills necessary to be successful. Also, the other side of that coin is if our students and we have a qualified workforce in our community, the impact that that has on economic development, being able to recruit more industry to our community, being able to give our students a chance to stay in our community, be productive, have a competitive wage, a livable wage there, and it just continues to fuel that over and over. All those students that have a wage that can make $18, $20, $22 an hour, can own their own home, can buy things within our community, retail function, contribute to our tax base, which again impacts our school system. So I think this is a very good process for us, and we want to definitely, again, we understand math pathways and that conversation, and that'll be a larger conversation that I'm sure you'll tackle. But I just want to reiterate that we started this proposal requesting to pilot those two classes, and we would very much appreciate your consideration on being allowed to do that. Thank you.
I'm James King. I'm the Vice Chancellor for the Tennessee College of Applied Technology at the Board of Regents. And to begin with, I'm intimidated sitting beside this guy. So anyway, as a chair of math. But anyway, from the standpoint of, we do teach workforce development, and we have a strong relationship with Eastman for a long time. And with the Career Readiness Certificate and Work Keys Level 6 has been quite appropriate to many of the students graduating from the TCATs with a placement rate of over 90% that going into. It's nice to any student that walks out the door with that training and the Career Level 6 and Work Keys pretty much walks in the door at most industries with the job. It's been validated that they have their skills, they have the math skills, to walk in the door. And it's funny, you mentioned trigonometry and not needing math. I think the key I'm most supportive of is the applied manner that it's done. I was walked in a machine tool classroom one day, and you had a non-degree machinist instructor, 20 years, teaching trigonometry. And sitting in that room were probably 20 young men that were probably given up at some point in their life. Teachers gave up them a math skill. And they were hanging on every word he said. Now, if you had told that teacher he was teaching trigonometry, it would have scared him to death. If you had told those students that were taking trigonometry, it would have scared them to death. But they were walking right out of the door and writing formulas for an individual chess pieces for a CNC machine and understanding how that worked. So I think that's important. I just to toss that in. The applied manner in which we do it, so many times in high school and college, I sat there in these classrooms and wondered, when will I ever use that formula? And these kids sitting there in those classes understand why. And then they're able to pass that level 6. So the industrial math sort of fits hand in hand with what we do. And, and I'm not speaking from the whole Board of Regents. I'm speaking from the Tennessee College of Applied Technology side, which we're directly tied to business industry. And I support the pilot program that Hawkins County is thinking about doing. And from the TCAT side, whether it's Elizabethton or whether it's Morristown that works quite a bit with Hawkins County, we support the pilot.
Very good.
See if I can. I'm just going to hold it. My name's Cassie Lynn. I'm the Director of Policy for the Tennessee Business Roundtable. I am here on behalf of one of our board members, Van Blue, who is very supportive of this pilot program. He spoke to our board about it, asked that we as a board send a letter to Commissioner Huffman in support of it. Everyone unanimously agreed to do that. I believe you all have a copy. If you don't, we have some here. I am just here to generally lend our support for aligning needs of the region with school programming, and just want to thank Leyland for having us here, and I'm going to leave it at that because I didn't know I was going to speak, but thank you on behalf of the roundtable.
Just a couple more things. You have a copy of a study, and you can take that with you. Down at the bottom, there's a couple quotes at the back I would like for you at some point to look at. And inside your packet, you will find 3 pages that are separated. These are notes from an industrial meeting about 3 weeks ago in Upper East Tennessee of about 20 business people. And this is a brainstorming session of their needs. So you can look through those lists, and you can get an idea of what industry is saying in Upper East Tennessee of what their needs are at the present time. And you'll notice the math will line up pretty much with what's been discussed today. We want to say this has never been about lowering standards, but about aligning standards with current needs. Industry changes constantly. We need to change in education to meet those needs. If we don't meet industry needs, they'll be forced to go someplace else. And I don't think we want that to happen. We'll entertain any questions you might have for anyone that's with us today.
Okay, question? Yes, Carol?
How many students would be taking this next?
In our proposed pilot, we would like to do 50 juniors and 50 seniors. I would contend that at least half the students probably need to be in this type of math pathway. Someone else can. At each high school? Yes, at each high school.
At each?
Yes.
So how many total then are we talking?
200. We would also require these students to take the ACT Work Keys test. Then you would have a valid assessment at the end, and then you would be able to gauge the performance of these students. We would also require them to take the ACT. So you would have 2 valid assessments at the end to measure the growth of these students compared to the general population.
But they have already taken Algebra 1?
They would, yes. They would take Algebra 1, Geometry, and then at the junior level, we're proposing they would take Industrial Math 1, and then at the senior level, take Industrial Math 2.
Yeah.
So there would still be 4 maths, 1 math each year.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
You said the total number of students, 200?
In our pilot, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what percent of the total?
There's about 8%.
25%, 20 to 25%.
We gave you information about the call-in for the conference call on Monday. If you weren't able to call in, Scott will get you a link. We downloaded it. It'll be on where you can access it. I'd like for the board members to listen in to that call with Dr. Jerry Tresman. Dr. Tresman is head of the Data Center at the University of Texas, one of the leading mathematicians in the country. His comments support this type of action. What we are in the process of doing now is identifying some other schools to join in the pilot, one from Middle and one from West, so we have a broader spectrum. And we've put together a meeting in early December, the first 2, between December 8th and the 17th, I think, to bring in education leaders along with the business leaders who can help inform the state board and the departmental staff as more detailed about the kind of needs. And then I think from that we'll figure out how we put these courses together and in a name for them that is very challenging and not seems to be easy. We don't want this kind of program to become a dumping ground and something that's not what it needs to be, and that's not Wayland's intent at all.
No, sir.
I believe that. So I would suspect you'll have a proposal to come back to the board for a decision in January. Well, I won't be here. Someone else will. But that's kind of the game plan at this point. I do support moving forward with the concept. I think it's timely. And I think there probably maybe even more decisions coming down the pike and in other areas around mathematics. And I say that to open the door and pick up on your comments about what's happening at PBR. And the Board of Regents, they have already determined just what the professor said over here. Not all students need college algebra, and that most of them need the statistics and quantitative reasoning courses. If they change their admission requirements away from requiring algebra 2, that opens the door then to look at the appropriate kind of courses for that junior, senior year to prepare them for the Board of Regents school. That's a different discussion, but it's one that will probably come in a year or so or two. That's all I've got there.
Yes.
First of all, I do applaud you for what you're doing, and I do believe as well that you are headed in the right direction. But I would like to know is how do you propose to assess the effectiveness of the pilot? So how will you?
Students will take 2 exams, 2 outside assessments. They'll take the ACT, and you can measure growth on the ACT. It has a growth score through TVAS, and then also the WorkKeys exam. So there would be 2 outside source assessments, valid assessments to assess these students.
Will there be an apprenticeship opportunity where you have an opportunity to witness the effects of this change in their education in the actual workplace? How is it effectively being impacted? Do you intend to include that as part of the process? A work-based learning experiences in there?
We have, and yes, we are talking about work-based learning as during a senior as part of our program. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yep. So a couple things. One, building on what Dr. Nixon said, for 12th grade, we're already starting down a differentiated path of providing different opportunities for kids depending on what direction they're going to go. And I'm pretty excited about the path that we're heading down, but we're already heading down a world where kids could take AP Calculus if they intend to really go and be STEM majors in college. College algebra is a dual credit class that we've been piloting that we put them on one path. College statistics, which I think is going to be developed as a separate path for dual credit with standardized exams that I think will be exciting. And then sales for kids who are scoring below 19 on their ACT. So we're already in senior year doing this sort of differentiation. It seems like what's different about this is we're starting to differentiate the paths in 11th grade, right?
That is correct, sir.
That's an accurate.
That is
so
correct.
That not everybody takes Algebra 2 then, right?
That is correct, sir. Algebra 2 is a huge stumbling block for a lot of students.
Yeah.
They see no need for it. And think about yourself. If you're in a course that you see absolutely no need for that course, how enthusiastic are you going to study? It's just a huge stumbling block we're putting out there for kids, where we could redesign the curriculum to align with business and industry and post-secondary needs and do a service for the kids for getting them ready instead of putting the stumbling block. Right now we have a stumbling block for a lot of kids.
And I guess my request or question to build on some of the other people's thoughts, I mean, I think it's a great idea to pilot this. I think you have to study it, though, and I think it's good to study it with ACT WorkKeys and with ACT scores, but the end outcome that you all are trying to drive towards is actually TCAT attendance and success, or community college attendance and success, or workforce readiness. And so it seems like the real barometer of success is not how they score in ACT WorkKeys, it's how many of them are going to post-secondary and getting through post-secondary, and for the ones that are going straight into work, what their salaries are. Because I think everybody is supportive of the idea of kids who leave with skills to go make $22 an hour. I think what everybody wants to guard against is kids leaving with out skilled and going and not making very much money. And so to me, I think if you could pilot it while studying what happens after they exit high school, that's the most valuable, because if it turned out, wow, these kids that are taking this pathway are either making good money or successfully enrolling at TCAPS or community college, I mean, that's what we're driving towards.
That's part of the purpose for ETSU being a part of this pilot. They have agreed to help with the follow-up and assessment of the program.
Yeah, we'll definitely be doing that, and presumably there will be many more students wanting this pathway than the slots that are available. So what I'm envisioning is the definite possibility of doing a long-term, longitudinal type paired comparison between a student who chose this pathway or was selected for this pathway and a sort of a twin, if you will, who took the regular Algebra 2 class, and we're going to track the two of them over 3 or 4 years.
Okay. I follow what you're looking at a long time. What I've board and heard from industry leaders talking about needing that workforce coming out to be successful, and I think this is headed in the right direction of making that alternative available to be able to create and help our kids be successful when they get out.
Very good. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Chairman, going back to what Gary said, I applaud the fact that you're going to look at East, Middle, and West. That we need this to be safe. We need this to be a safe line.
I would like to follow up on something Kevin said. You know, that from the TCAT standpoint, that would be an interesting to study because so many of our students still require Tech Foundations, which is our somewhat remedial in development, which is integrated in. And it would be nice to pilot how these students fare once they come compared to the past after having this math. I think we'll easily be able to do that as these students, because we're seeing just right now in the Morristown area, it was amazing how many students have therefore signed up for the Tennessee Promise in that area. It's almost a 75% increase over the traditional high school students that have been coming in the past. So it will be nice to compare those Tech Foundation scores for these new students coming in versus what we've had in the past.
Okay. Other questions? I would encourage the board members who were not on the conference call today to listen in on that. I think it's a really good discussion. I think it mirrors or supports this presentation is supporting that discussion and so forth. So they're the same subject. I think our real interest here is in making sure that we're not dumbing down the math standards that we've got out there, but we're making them more appropriate for the jobs and the careers that we anticipate these students headed toward. And that's the real key, and I think we do need to measure and carefully look at what kind of results we're getting out of the college. I think it's a desirable way to do it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll send an email notification to all the board members. Commissioner Huffman, I'll include you as well for that. It'll be a Dropbox, so if you've already got Dropbox, you can just accept it. If not, you just have to click a few things to download that because it's a large audio file, about an hour. I'll send it tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, questions? Okay.
One other thing, remediation would be a perfect thing to gauge. Currently, Walter State tells me, Lori Campbell told me that they're getting about 60% of their students are required remediation. Northeast State is telling me about 60%. That would be a perfect thing to look at, the percent of these students who require remediation as opposed to the general population. We need to fix the problem before it happens, not after. Remediation is not the way to go. We need to fix it on the front end.
And I feel like the approach that we're taking in 12th grade is driven at that. And so if there's an approach in 11th grade that would facilitate those results, all the better.
Okay. Other comments? Okay. Well, team, we appreciate the presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's take a quick break here, and we'll have Susie is here or going to be here. Susie here. Okay. We'll hopefully she'll be here by 2 o'clock. So.
I thought I wanted to get it. Laura will pass that on to you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for coming. That was really interesting. Yeah, that's good. About that idea. Yeah, I agree with the question. Laid out. I mean, that's what I think about it. Brainstorming ideas is a good idea.
He told us a story. One of them. Validate. Yeah. I just want to the governor validation, I'm good with it. You know. But anyway, I didn't want to let you know. You were thought of it. I don't know if that's good or bad, but anyway. It wasn't bad. I might even, I don't know. You know, parentheses, and and so that's what really catches my attention. Do you understand? Yeah. So good.
Yes, did a great job. That was good.
I grew up out in Arlington.
Now, you hate driving down Durham.
Oh, see, I actually did begin my teaching career. That was in, you think about Complex Heights, and that's all it was. I thought there was still agriculture out there. That cattle farm. No way, but all the way. But it was. I enjoyed it. That's what it is. You go back, all down, South Coast, everybody that's in town, they graduate from South Coast, their parents. Rock Terry already is right. It was a good place to live. Good place. Have a nice good evening. Take care. It's not going back. It's always surprising. Always difficult, but it's our plan. Good deal. Okay. Okay, break is over.
reconvene. Okay, let's go. Okay, are you, who is Susie Bunn?
Well, I started to say Susie is not here this afternoon, so sorry to disappoint because I know Susie had originally planned to be here, so and could not make it.
The subject hasn't changed.
No, the subject has not changed, just the appearance.
Okay.
So, my name is Renee Murley, and I work with the University of Memphis at the Lambeth campus, and I'm going to let Michelle introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Michelle Persian. I teach senior English and ACT prep at Arlington High School outside of Memphis in a newly formed municipal district.
Okay. Which we've already introduced ourselves, and we have lost our third member, Dr. Sutton Flint, could not make it today, so Susie or Dr. Flint is not here today. But I want to just kind of give you a little background of this group and who we are and what we've been doing. The Southwest Core to College Committee has met over the last year to just talk about some ways that this group can work together. As you can see, it consisted of K-12 people. We included our TCAP Center individuals. We had community college people, and we had institutions of higher ed, four-year colleges, part of this group to gather together and talk a little bit about just being able to communicate with one another to determine what gaps might be occurring as we move forward and working together with transitioning from high school to the four-year institution or community colleges or anywhere else. So what we decided to do as a committee is take a look at some of our literacy standards and our instruction and alignment between P12 and higher ed, and to determine what maybe needs to occur or happen between our teacher preparation programs to better prepare teachers to teach literacy standards in the secondary field, not just elementary. We seem to have the elementary or lower grades pretty well managed. It's the secondary that seems to be the least aligned with the K-12 10 core trainings that are going on throughout the state. So what we did is all the institutions of higher ed submitted our reading or literacy courses, our syllabi, and we evaluated that and did a crosswalk between what the Tennessee core offices are training throughout the Southwest region, and we decided, what is it that we're missing or what is misaligned so that we can better fill those gaps. And as you can see, most of the issues that seem to be lacking are those basic fundamental literacy skills, those phonemic awareness, those skills that deal with phonological awareness, those things that we really need to, or we oftentimes emphasize at the lower level, but not necessarily at the secondary level. So the group decided to come up with a white paper after gathering more research, and I'm going to turn that over a little to Michelle, let her talk about that.
And as you can see here, this is the data from the 2009 to 2013 ACT benchmark, college and career benchmark. And it's interesting to note, those of you who can't see this from a distance, the orange line represents the reading standards and whether or not students are performing and meeting the standard for college and career readiness. And in 2009, we were actually at 50%. And the problem we have is we have gone in the wrong direction since then. And this is before last year, which we made significant gains last year on the 2014 ACT. However, it's only going to tick us up about 1 point here. And so we're still below where we were in 2009. And we need our students in Tennessee to be performing in the opposite direction. We need to be raising the standards for them, and they, in turn, will raise their performance. Now, this is a chart showing where we stand as Tennessee and, when compared to the nation. Tennessee is the dark blue, and the nation is the light blue. We have English, reading, math, science, and then all 4 subjects. And again, this is how many students, what percentage are actually meeting the benchmarks for college and career readiness. And again, in the reading standards, we see that only 37% of our students are meeting the standard, and 44% nationally are actually meeting it. And this is the newest release data from 2014. And so as an educator, I teach senior English, and when I started teaching, I've been teaching almost 10 years now, the most shocking aspect of teaching English was the fact that I had students who did not know how to read. And I was very ill-equipped to teach a child how to read because the assumption was that in the 7 through 12 setting, students already have those foundational reading skills. And it wasn't until my son started learning to read, and he one day was reading a sentence to me, and the sentence was, "The Nile is the longest river in the world." And I said, "Good job. So what's the longest river?" He said, "I don't know." I was like, "You just read it. Let's read it again. The Nile is the longest river in the world." I said, "Okay, so what's the longest river?" And he goes, "I don't know, Mom. I'm not sure." I was so frustrated. But then I had that moment of realization. The students have been doing the same thing for us. They can read the words, but they are not comprehending the information. And as we raise the rigor and the expectation for students and the text and the materials, we have got to make sure that teachers are equipped with the skills necessary to help these students who are not performing at grade level, those who are struggling with reading. Yes, it's important that we have higher standards. That's going to make a huge difference in these kids. It'll really lower the percentage of students reading below grade level. However, you will still have some students, maybe some that are in special ed or outside of, have other needs. The teachers need to know how to equip them with the skills to be college and career ready as well. So the council, we are before you today because the Core Curriculum Council recommends that the Tennessee State Board revise the current state licensure standards for 7 through 12 teachers. There are no required foundational reading content area classes throughout the standards for higher ed. While teachers do take a content area reading, it does not focus on the foundational skills. And so it's assuming that those students have already mastered reading and comprehension. So we believe that every K through 12 student deserves effective, evidence-based instruction that develops and improves his or her literacy skills, and we ask that you provide that through raising the expectation of the standards for 7 through 12 teacher prep programs. Any questions?
Questions? Any questions?
I would just like to say thank you for bringing this issue for us.
We have really, I think, tried diligently, at least through the Southwest Core Office and our relationship with them, to bring people to the table to talk about kind of that missing link between P12 and higher ed, to make sure that we have the resources and skill set available for those in the, especially the secondary content area subject teaching and in their classrooms, to be able to support those students, especially as we move with to the RTI squared model. We have to make sure that that support is there, not only for the teachers now, obviously, most importantly for the students. And you have the white paper, I think. Did everyone get a copy of the white paper? Okay. With our contact information.
so that if you have any questions, feel free to email us or contact us if you would like more information about the process or the material there that we used.
Certainly, it sounds reasonable to increase the expectation on the license requirement. What's going to be required to make that happen? I don't think it's just writing something in. We got to have some change in the preparation programs that are out there, I suspect.
That's correct, and I know I've worked with Martin and Amy on a couple of other projects with our special ed changes in licensure right now. And so it is a little bit of a lengthy process in which that people have to at least gather together and have some suggestions and priorities and conversations and vet some of that information through the proper channels so that we can make those changes. It's not something that can happen overnight. It would take some time, but I do think that we all agree that that's very important at this point with the changes that are happening across our state, especially with our standards and the impact of writing and the importance of writing. The skill set has to be there.
If I could add, I know that we're at a time where teacher prep programs are about to come under the spotlight, and so it might be the prime time to actually reevaluate what the standards are. And it could be a smooth transition rather than a bumpy one because there will be other impacts occurring at the same time.
Okay. Very good. Any questions? Okay.
Thank
Meg,
you.
Bill, appreciate it. Good job. Okay, Sarah, differentiated pay summary.
Invite Amy Wooten to join me too. And Chairman, if it's all right with you, I would suggest that we actually reverse order of the two items that I have to bring before you and start with the preparation program. I think that was actually a perfect segue into the conversation that we're hoping to have today.
Okay.
Okay, am I on? As Scott's pulling up the slides, good afternoon. It's good to see everyone. And again, that was a great segue, I think, into the conversation that we want to have today about the final reading on teacher-educator preparation policy that we brought before you on first reading back in July. As the ladies described, this is the time, I think, as a state to really think about how we work with our teacher preparation partners across the state to ensure that we are preparing teachers to enter the K-12 classroom in a way that really means that they are ready on day one to take on the challenges of that work, especially as that work continues to evolve and change with our student standards. So I think everything that they propose is possible within the policy that we are bringing before you. If we do decide as a state that we want to take a stronger stand in terms of requiring those literacy components that they described in a tighter fashion through the approval process, that's certainly something we can do, and we're having conversations with the folks that presented today and their colleagues. So this may be something that we want to revisit and come back to you about. As they indicated, it'll take a little bit more conversation and sort of discussion and vetting to make sure we take the right sort of tight, loose approach there. But again, I appreciate that information today as well because I think it's very timely. So again, we've talked a lot together as a state board and the department and other partners about the work in Tennessee to elevate our standards for K-12 students on the right-hand side of this slide, as well as for our teachers in the classroom. We need to make sure that those elevated standards and those expectations are really closely connected to the way that we're preparing teachers to enter our K-12 classrooms. So today, really want to think about educator preparation programs across the state and make sure that we are thinking strategically about the work that the state board and the department do together to approve those programs and the standards that we hold them to as we make review decisions. So we'd like to start with some context. What you'll see today is a reflection of some of the things that you asked for at the July meeting. Specifically, we're going to spend some time talking about our transition plans. So as we move to this new program approval policy, there's a lot of detail involved and a lot of work that we need to do with our preparation programs to prepare for implementation. And so what we're sharing with you today reflects our early stage planning on implementation, as well as some additional feedback that we've gathered since the July meeting from stakeholders, particularly our programs across the state. And I'll try to highlight those changes as we go through, but feel free to stop me at any time with questions. So we'll start with a few slides on context and just kind of begin to ground us in the why around this work. So both in Tennessee and outside of Tennessee, there is a movement happening to really think about, again, tightening the connection between how we prepare teachers and the work that's happening inside our K-12 classrooms. In Tennessee, we've really led the way in many respects in terms of the TEC report card and the information that we're able to provide to our programs now about the outcomes of their graduates. Similarly, there's a national movement as the national accrediting bodies come together to form what is the CAPE Standards Commission that we'll talk more about. And through that work at the national level, there's much more of a focus and an interest in thinking about the outcomes of teacher preparation programs and how do we measure their success through the work that their graduates do in K-12 classrooms. So again, this is not a conversation that's just happening in Tennessee, but in many ways our state is leading because we have a lot of data that positions us well to take this on. This slide is going to be an important one to refer back to. There are a lot of acronyms as we think about teacher preparation. And so just to give you sort of a cheat sheet here at the beginning, EPP, which I use a lot in terms of shorthand, is Educator Preparation Provider. That is like UT Knoxville, that is Lipscomb, that is the Teacher Preparation Institution. We have 39 of them across the state. So EPP is just the acronym that we use to refer to any program across the state that's training teachers. The Specialty Area Program, the SAP, is like an elementary education program within one of those institutions. So within any teacher prep EPP program, there are a lot of smaller specialty programs that are specific to the type of training that they're providing. So that's the SAP. The Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, CAPE, again, is the national accrediting body. This is a new body that has merged the two former accrediting bodies. This is the body that's recognized by the U.S. Department of Education in terms of being able to do national accreditation of teacher preparation. So I'll refer to CAPE, particularly the CAPE standards. That's the basis for a lot of the work that we're beginning to do in Tennessee. And then finally, the Specialized Professional Associations, SPA. Those are associations or groups that work nationally, like the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Those are organizations, again, nationally that come together frequently to talk about sort of the standards for teaching within their sort of respective areas. So again, a lot of acronyms. I would keep this dog-ear that page so you can refer back if you need to. Also, a little bit of context in terms of where this standards movement fits in sort of the timeline that we've seen across the state over the last couple decades. It seems that about every 10 years or so, states begin to revisit the standards on which they approve teacher prep. So we made a policy direction as a state back in 1988 and 89 within CAPE. And now, with CAPE forming nationally, it's time to revisit those standards and take the next step in terms of program approval at the state level. So this is not something that is unprecedented. It tends to happen, again, every decade or so as student standards and other teaching methods change. It's important, again, to think about connecting back with teacher prep. And one other slide that I think is helpful, too, is before we dig into the policy, this shows you regionally where our teacher prep programs are located. We have 39 across the state of Tennessee. 36 of them are higher education institutions like UTK or Lipscomb. We have 2 what we call education-related organizations. That's Teach for America and the New Teacher Project. So they're not actually higher ed institutions, but they are organizations that have been approved to do teacher training in the state. Another thing I think this map illustrates, which is important to note, is that we really need to understand more about district and program partnerships. As you can see here, there are some areas of our state that don't have access regionally to programs sort of, within their backyards, or, it's going to be harder for some of our districts to access providers. And so the more we can understand about lack of access in some of our districts, the better we can think at the state level about how to improve, again, access to effective teachers. And just a couple last context slides. This one just illustrates again that we have two pathways in Tennessee right now in terms of acquiring accreditation. You can go through a state-only process, or you can go through the national accreditation process. And currently the national accreditation process is in CAPE. We'll be moving towards an agreement with CAPE. But we like to give programs the option. Right now they are exactly the same process. It's just a little bit about who serves on the review teams. If it's a national accrediting process, then they have more of a hand in who serves on those review committees. We're going to maintain that option for programs as we move forward. Not all of our programs want to go through the national accrediting process. And as we as a state take steps to determine what we think is important for accreditation, while some people may continue to go through that national process, we want to make sure that all of our programs are adhering to the same standards. So it'll be important to make sure that as we make these changes that we work closely with CAPE to ensure that there's consistency across the two pathways. But as of now, we're still recommending that programs have the option to go either the state-approved or the national pathway. Let's skip this next slide and just go to the visual. This is just, again, to sort of remind you, especially new members, sort of what the board's role is in this process. As a board, you set the policy for how programs are reviewed and approved over time. So again, what we're bringing to you today is the final reading about how we would propose to do that, and you'll vote on that tomorrow. At the department, we work to implement the policy, and then we bring back to you recommendations for ongoing, either initial or ongoing approval for these programs. And then again, as a board, you vote to either approve or deny those programs based on the standards, again, that were set in your policy initially. As we work to understand exactly how to approach these changes and what needs we had across the state and what changes we wanted to make, particularly to draw on the outcome data that we're now generating as a state and how to use that as part of the ongoing approval and review of programs, it was really important to engage with stakeholders early and often. So this is just a list. Again, we've talked about this with you before, I know, but we've done some extensive engagement with particularly our partners in higher education and in teacher prep. And most recently, we met with TACTI, which is their professional organization, again, to let them see sort of where we had landed based on their latest feedback and our thoughts for this final reading that you'll have before you tomorrow. And they voted overwhelmingly to support the proposal. So that felt like a good thing and a good place to be in terms of the work that we've done together. And that's not to say that we all agree on every little aspect of what's before you. I think there are still some things that we'll continue to talk about with programs, particularly through the implementation planning. But there's broad agreement that we're headed in the right direction as a state, and I think Amy and her team have done a great job at really continuing that conversation in meaningful ways with our partners across the state. Okay, so let's dive into the policy. As we get into it, I think, again, the problems or the goals that we were trying to solve as we thought about these changes and worked with our partners across the state, first and foremost, we want to use the data and the information that we're generating in terms of teacher performance in the classroom and connect that back to the way we review and think about teacher preparation. We issue a THEC report card now that shows a lot of that information, but it's not formally part of the process that, again, the board engages in when they make decisions about approving programs. And that seems like a really important step to take to connect the outcome data that we have now in appropriate ways to the approval and review process. Second goal is to make sure that we have more and better data and information for our districts and for the public, but particularly for our districts who are making employment decisions about which teacher candidates to hire and from what institutions. So we want to make sure that the reports that we are sharing and the information that we're gathering is more useful for districts and helpful in informing their employment decisions. And then finally, this is data and information that will be important to future candidates as potential teachers decide if and when to enroll in a teacher prep school. We want to make sure that we're sharing data and information that can help them make good decisions as they go through that process. And through all of it, like we are trying to do on a lot of fronts, we're streamlining and providing more focus on the things we think, again, are most meaningful and trying to cut out the things that might be time-consuming but might not ultimately add any new information to the process. So trying to streamline this wherever possible. Okay, so a few basics again before we look at some of the specifics in the policy. Who can train teachers in Tennessee? I mentioned before that most of our programs are higher education, and that's true. So IHEs, institutions of higher education like UT, like Lipscomb, like University of Memphis, are certainly the majority of the folks across the state that are in the business of training teachers. We do have, as I mentioned though, some education-related organizations, namely Teacher America and the New Teacher Project, who have been approved to train teachers. And there's certainly an option that LEAs take that on, and that's not a new option. That's been in the policy for a long time. We don't currently have any LEAs who have applied to get into the business of teacher training. That remains a possibility. On this next slide, this begins to connect back to the conversation we were having about literacy standards for secondary teachers. But there are a number of ways that we review and assess a program as a state when we think about whether or not they are meeting expectations. And so that first row in terms of the provider level, thinking about the program itself, so again, UTK or Lipscomb sort of broadly, that includes standards like how they select candidates and admit candidates into their program. How do they assess those candidates throughout their training to gauge their readiness and sort of their competencies and how they're learning before they graduate. And our current standards are the NCAPE standards. These are, again, sort of the national standards, and we'll be moving forward with CAPE Tennessee-specific standards. So we'll be working with CAPE to make sure that the standards that we use are based in their framework but are customized to suit our needs in Tennessee. The second line there, professional education, those are really the standards about how to teach. So the pedagogy and the classroom management, how you group students, how you think about scaffolding learning. And we are proposing there that we move to the INTEST standards, which are a national set of standards that many states use that, again, are the basis for a lot of the evaluation rubrics that we use currently, but provides sort of some standardization about how we teach and would look to those standards for the professional education piece. And that's not very different than what we currently have. Ours are adapted slightly in Tennessee now from the old INTEST standards, but they've been revised. And then the third line there, what students should learn. Again, this is program level, so elementary education, secondary literacy, like we heard from the group before. These are the subject-specific standards. And this is where we would encourage programs to look at the national standards, especially as they evolve and change. And again, as a state, if we decide to require specific standards in an area like secondary high school, we certainly could do that. They do tend to evolve and change rapidly, and it's hard to sometimes keep them current on the state policy books, but that's certainly a possibility and a conversation we'll have if there are areas that we want to be tight. But there are a number of ways that programs can look at the national standards for subject-specific programs. And then finally, we'll talk a lot more about this in just a minute, but the annual reporting is a new expectation that we are working through. Again, it's part of the CAPE requirements, but in Tennessee, we have a lot of data that will allow us to be very specific in those annual reports and the expectations for annual performance measures that we would have broadly for all of our programs and report on. Okay, so all of that leading up to sort of how this comes together. How do we review our programs? What does this look like in practice? How do we begin to implement a new review process? So if you're a new program in Tennessee wanting to begin to train teachers initially, you have to apply for a sort of initial status. You would then be on conditional approval for up to 5 years as we kind of gather data, look at your data, and make a decision together about whether or not to issue full approval. Throughout that time, there will be annual reports, and again, we'll talk about those. So if you're a program that's applied and you're on conditional approval, you would have annual report requirements just like a program on full approval. Most of our programs are already on full approval because they've been in the business of training teachers for a long time. And so the annual reports will be new, but the 7-year full approval cycle will stay consistent. I'll look to Amy too if I forget anything major, please jump in. So in terms of the annual reporting requirements, and this is a new and important change, we think, this gives us a snapshot every year that includes impact and outcome data. This builds on the THEC report card, but it's not limited to the information in the THEC report card. This would be something that the department would, especially in the first year, collaborate with THEC on to ensure sort of a streamlined data collection. But moving forward, this report would be slightly different than the THEC report, and it would be designed to really help serve all 3 of those goals that I mentioned before, both helping us to understand whether or not programs are on track with their expectations against these new standards, to make sure that districts have information that they can use in an actionable way around employment decisions, and that potential candidates can see information that really informs their decisions. And this would, if again a program showed in the annual reporting to be off track, this would trigger an interim review requirement, which is new. Right now, programs are approved for 7 years at a time, and there's no real interim process if they are off track. There's no real way of knowing, whether or not they're on track or off track during that 7-year period. So it's a little like formative assessment in K-12. You have your end-of-the-year assessments, but teachers, are often taking formative pulse checks to see how students are doing. This annual report would serve in that same sort of way of giving us a more regular snapshot of performance, and ensure that, if we need to take an interim review measure, we can do that. So the annual reports then feed into a comprehensive review, which would again still happen every 7 years. It'd be more streamlined. It would be based on evidence that was collected in each of those annual reports throughout the sort of 7-year period. And that would result in one of 4 things. So looking at the data accrued over time and sort of a deep dive look at the program as a whole, they might be approved fully for another 7 years if everything looks good and annual reports have come through each year showing that they are meeting or exceeding expectations. They might have full approval but have some minor stipulations that would just require some corrective action but not a major consequence for the program. The probationary approval is new. This would be a program that showed major stipulations. And this might mean that, again, they would lose the right to continue to enroll candidates until they took action to address those major stipulations. So this would be, again, a new process, but it would allow us, the board and the department, to flag where programs had real needs to correct programs and take steps accordingly. And then, of course, there could be denial of approval if it was warranted. I wanted to highlight again, in the interest of showing sort of what has changed since the first reading, a significant change that we've made in collaboration with our prep partners. This is an increase in the individual GPA requirement, particularly for undergraduates. It used to be 2.5, and we are recommending 2.75. So this is for any individual applying to a teacher prep program. In talking with our prep programs, most of them are already requiring a 2.75. This is not going to be a major adjustment for them, but it does represent an increase in expectation for individuals applying to teacher prep. And that's coupled with another new requirement that is part of the CAPE standard, that's a cohort average requirement of 3.0. So while any individual must be 2.7 or above, the cohort as a whole must have an average of 3.0 or better. So that gives some flexibility for programs to make judgment decisions about individuals versus sort of looking at their collective cohort each year and thinking about that requirement. There are also obviously assessment of general knowledge requirements and assessment of content knowledge, and that's true now as well. There's also an appeals process, and that's not new, in terms of if a program wants to admit a candidate who may not have a 2.75 or may not have met one of the content exam requirements initially. If it's a candidate that the program feels they can work with and help to be successful, they'll have additional time to get their scores up, but they have to apply for an appeal, and we'll be tracking that information and sharing that information more broadly than we have in the past. So the appeals process is not new, but how we handle it and how we track it will be important.
Is there a minimum requirement on ACT and SAT?
There is. Right. Amy, you can talk to the specifics.
I think that the ACT is a 21 and the SAT is 1,020, and that's not different than it is right now. I think that's another area where we would consider whether we want to increase that expectation over time.
Yeah.
I'll ask some questions about the cohort GPA. When is that snapshot taken? Is that when they're admitted? Is there at some point, is it checked to see if it's leave?
It's upon admission, but it's different if you're an undergrad or a post-bac program. That's correct, Amy? You're the expert. I mean, it's upon admission to the program.
That is a business rule that I know that CAPE is working on defining, and I think that we will also, and I'm getting ready to talk a little bit about implementation, and I think all those business rules are going to have to be developed as we move forward. It will be a clear definition, and I think it would we would want to incorporate everyone who is admitted to a preparation program so that we can see what's happening in terms of attrition related to those programs. But we wouldn't want to create false incentives, so you wouldn't want them to push people through just to, manage that, and I think our EPPs wouldn't want to do that. So we'll be really thoughtful about how we take a look at that cohort. It could be two different ways,
I have her, and that's a good segue because I'm going to let Amy talk a little bit about our plans for implementation. And again, this is work that we've done since we met with you in July.
Great. You want to take the mic?
Oh, yes.
I figure I'll be told.
All right.
Thanks, Sarah. Since the July board meeting, we have been really excited to start thinking about how do we move forward with this process once we get approval from you to do so. And so we wanted to make sure that we took advantage of the expertise that we have here in Tennessee. As Sarah mentioned, we've really taken some time to build relationships with our providers. We also have begun to work more closely with our K-12 partners in this work as well, knowing that they are going to be a critical stakeholder here. And so we want to be thoughtful and take our time in terms of moving forward with this work because it's so important. And as I mentioned, there's so many business rules, so there are a lot of nuanced things to make decisions about. In addition to that, we are also talking with other states about how they are approaching this work. That's been an exciting conversation. CAPE is working to develop their own requirements for annual reports, but it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out because, as Sarah mentioned, states are at really different levels in terms of the quality of the data that they have. And here in Tennessee, we're very fortunate. We've got a lot of data at our fingertips, and so we're really excited about using that data. And our preparation programs are very hungry for that data. They want information about their completers so that it can inform how they are doing their work. So we're going to take a few years, actually, to move fully into this process. As Sarah mentioned earlier, the standards, when she talked about what standards we would be adopting, we'll be moving from the NCAPE standards to the CAPE standards. We'll make that transition fully by 2016-17 academic year. Any new providers that come into the state would come in under the CAPE standards. That would be the only thing that would make sense. But for our existing providers, they actually schedule their reviews, their comprehensive reviews, 5 and 6 years out. And so our providers that are on track to be reviewed in the next 2 years have already begun the process of collecting evidence related to the NCAPE standards, and it makes sense for us to allow them to continue that process. And so we'll use the NCAPE standards for our existing providers for the next 2 years. And Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we only have about 4 of our 29 institutions that will go, maybe 6, I can't remember, that will go through in those 2 years. In terms of the annual report, again, this is work that we want to take our time doing, making sure that we make good use of our data. But to do that, we need to really understand it. We need to establish what our baseline information is. So, for example, if we are going to set a standard about meeting expectations regarding completer satisfaction, well, we need to actually gather some completer satisfaction data, which we haven't done before. And so we'll be working over the next 2 years to begin to develop the tools to do that and to collect some initial data so that when we set a benchmark or threshold, it's something that makes sense. So as you see here, we will be doing annual reporting. They already report for the THEC report card. They report for Title II data. So we'll make use of a lot of that reporting in order to try not to ask them to report yet again. And we're already talking with THEC about how to do that and whether we might need to expand the THEC data request. So we're excited about that collaborative effort. Yes.
Let me ask you, having spent 7 years with THEC, do you see the role of THEC changing in the future? Will it become more robust. As we look at this, what do you see the role of THIC going down in front?
Do you want to address that, Sarah?
I'll attempt to answer, and I would love if Kevin wants to chime in too. I think, what we know is that our role together with the state board will continue, we believe, to review and approve teacher preparation programs. That means a joint collaboration with THEC, certainly around some of the data that they collect and how we do data sharing across institutions. The THEC report card represents an important place to come together with them and think about, as Amy said, not duplicating efforts, but sort of streamlining efforts. I don't see anything changing in terms of the process of reviewing and approving being the purview of the department and the state board, but I suppose anything could change, and I don't know if you have other insights or thoughts on the future of their role, but.
Yeah, it's a great question, and higher ed and K-12 has always had this interesting conversation where higher ed says to K-12, you're sending us kids that aren't ready. And K-12 says to higher ed, you're not preparing our teachers to ready the children. And round and round it goes. And I think that the Drive to 55 and the Tennessee Promise and the fact that in K-12, we now feel fully accountable for getting kids into post-secondary, and they feel fully reliant on us to hit their goals, is potentially a conversation changer on all of this. I would love to see THEC be more engaged, though, in when we start getting outcome data from different institutions, starting to force some of the hard conversations about why the outcome data isn't what we would want from some institutions. And I think one of the challenges that we see over time is there is often an inverse relationship between the quality of the institution in terms of outcome data and the size of the institution in terms of the number of teachers it's providing. And so our lowest performing institutions produce more teachers than our highest performing institutions. And THEC has a role to play in driving that conversation. There's a big stick in closing programs. That's not a big stick that's going to be used very often. And the real question is what happens during the period of time when there are these sort of findings and results that we don't want, but the program isn't going to be closed. And I hope that the state board and THEC can work together to really try to put a magnifying glass on some of those situations.
No, I agree. That was, when I was on the THEC board, even as chair, that was one of our major concerns. At what point do we decide to use the state? At what point do we do a better job of working with the State Board of Education? And it's always been a great concern. Thank you.
And I do think with more and better data through these annual reports, the way that
I agree.
I think we'll be better positioned.
Only a few more slides. So how do we get there? I think over the next 2 years is the biggest question that we've struggled with in the past few months. And I think that the department is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of development with advice from a lot of experts, both in Tennessee and external experts. And then we're going to convene what we're calling an implementation working group. This group will advise the department on the development and implementation of procedures, the how do we do our work, the tools that we use to do that work. So if we have a rubric we create to assess against the standards, they'll give us advice back on that. And then specific to the annual reporting, what are our metrics? How do we measure something like a cohort? And what are the benchmarks that we are expecting? And we'll share with them our methodology. So how did we analyze the data and how did we come to our decision about a benchmark that we're going to set, and then they'll be able to give us feedback back on that. In addition, we'll hope to use these working group members to communicate back with our EPP community at large. There are just many, many staff and faculty that are interested in knowing and understanding about this work, and so we'll need their support in getting that communication out there. We anticipate that the working group will be between 20 and 25 members, made up primarily of people from educator preparation providers, district leaders, hopefully some principals and other instructional supervisors might be able to join us. We think they are the folks that are
most closely associated with those brand new teachers coming in and knowing what they need to be able to do when they walk through the doors, and their perspective will be very valuable. And in addition to that, other Tennessee education stakeholders, we're thinking about groups like TOS and SCORE and perhaps some others. We will select these members. We're hoping to do that in the next month or so. We'll ask for individuals who are interested to submit applications, and then we will review those applications, and we are basing our review. CAPE has a rubric that they use for volunteers and how to select people to serve on CAPE review teams, and we're going to use that for our review in this process. With those 20 to 25 people, we'll have 5 subgroups that will focus on different aspects of the implementation process. As I mentioned, this is really, there are a lot of details here, and so we'll want people who can get really specific about our nuanced information. And as you can see, there's the 3 types of groups that we'll have. I'm happy to answer more questions about that if you have them. We anticipate that the full group will meet quarterly and subgroups as needed, and the initial working group will commit to about 18 months of coming together in collaboration. And during that time, hopefully some of them will even be able to come with us and give you updates about our progress.
And that's all we have in terms of presentation, but I'll stop and together we'll answer any questions you have on any of that.
Okay, questions for Amy or Sarah? Is it possible that with the new standards and with the data collection that we're doing about results that some of the 39 institutions out there are going to self-select out of teacher preparation programs?
It's a fair question. I think we have some programs particularly that are really small and produce a very limited number of candidates, and it may be something that happens naturally if they determine that they want to get out of the business. I don't know that we have any sort of insight at this point that might happen.
No, I don't think that. I think what might happen more quickly would be an election, maybe not to go through national accreditation, perhaps.
It just, I guess it always seemed to me that, 39 programs out there is not the most effective use of resources that we have, and also quality product and resource combination.
Well, I do think the reports and the process will put more pressure on programs to think about some of those decisions moving forward. I think, as Amy said, we've got a lot to do to kind of get the data right and to feel confident about the metrics, but once we do, then I think that becomes sort of the next conversation. And particularly if you look at the map in terms of locations, I mean, while it's true we have 39 and we may not need all, in terms of number, we do have some parts of the state that don't have access really to any provider. So it's, it's an interesting picture.
Okay. Yep.
Will the CAPE process yield supply demand numbers for the institution, meaning actually sort of hiring data for the institution? So will we be able at some point to track how many people are graduating from teacher prep programs and not ultimately getting hired?
The placement data, I'll let Amy talk about it, but yes, that's a new component that we haven't been tracking as part of thinking.
So we're developing a new data system that is going to allow us much more seamless tracking of individuals once they complete a preparation program in Tennessee. And if they teach in a Tennessee public school, we'll be able to see that very quickly. The place where it sort of falls down is when they either go into the private school system or if they go into another state. And NASDAQ, our interstate consortium, is working on developing a tool that will allow us to track across states, but I think that's probably years down the road. And I think there are opportunities to work with other entities in Tennessee to see if we can improve our tracking of teachers in private schools.
Because I think one of the biggest challenges that we have between higher ed and K-12 is that higher ed continues to produce a proliferation of teachers in certain subject areas and grade level and does not produce enough in others, leading K-12 systems to a place where, even our rural systems will have a fourth grade opening and they'll get 40 or 50 resumes for it, but if they have a high school biology opening, they're struggling to get a resume. And there's nothing that would drive prep programs right now to change their behavior in that regard.
I think the only other thing there is that, I think at the department level and with the new educator management sort of data system, we can provide more and collect more supply and demand data from our districts that then we can share with, their primary providers and share more broadly so that hopefully, by sharing that supply and demand information with programs, they can, certainly take that into consideration as they think about admissions and recruiting candidates. But you're right. Right now, we sort of fly blind on that because there's not a lot of information at the state level about supply and demand. I think there's a couple ways that we can work on that.
I think that it's very important. It's basically a supply chain management problem that we need to work with there. I think the other thing that's important in this is encourage you to be as rigorous as we possibly can on, and that's the entrance requirements into these programs. I think that, to get the product that we really need in our classroom today, we've got to increase entrance requirements, so forth. So, very good. Any other questions or discussion? Okay. Amy,
okay.
Sarah, good job. Sarah,
you're stuck with me a little longer. Amy.
Differentiated pay summary?
Yes. So this is something I'm really excited to talk about today. And Sylvia Flowers can come join me. Again, her team, Educator Talent on our division, along with Laura Unkelai, who's also in the room somewhere, have worked really hard over the last year plus, as you know, to implement with districts the differentiated pay plan requirements that you passed a year ago this past summer, so back in the summer of 2013. Let's see. So again, when we think about differentiated pay and compensation for teachers, this work is an integral part, but it's just one part of sort of the overall strategy of how we work to recruit and retain effective teachers in our classrooms across the state. And the goal of this policy, as you may remember, was to give districts maximum flexibility in terms of the way they were thinking about designing compensation plans to reflect the research that we know to be true in terms of what correlates or doesn't with effectiveness, and to recognize excellent teachers in hopes that through some changes to their pay plans, they could really, in a way that fit their district and their district needs, begin to attract and retain effective teachers. As you may also remember, this policy was very specific in its design in terms of ensuring that no teacher would earn less than they were previously making. And we feel that as we look back, this was really a successful year in terms of implementation on differentiated pay. We still have a long way to go, I think, for districts to really fully realize the sort of redesign that they can make in their compensation plans and how that can help their recruitment and retention efforts of effective teachers. But we've made some really significant steps this past year. And I think in ensuring the right amount of flexibility for districts to take on this work, we've seen them lead this work. And so it's been exciting to sort of step back and see districts take this on and recognize the role that it can play as they think about sort of human capital and talent management. So I'll get to this, but we've posted all of the differentiated pay plans on our website, so they are available to review. We've also developed sort of a summary report that you have a copy of, I believe. It's about a 3-page summary that I'm going to go through some of the highlights of that today, but it shows the types of plans that districts have developed and are implementing this year for the first time. Okay, so a quick review again of the differentiated pay policies that you passed last summer. This was, again, in response to a law that passed back in 2007 requiring differentiated pay plans at the district level. That was revised by the board in the summer of 2013. And in doing so, it set forth some criteria that districts could use one or all of as they thought about developing differentiated pay plans. One thing that they could take into consideration that we'll look at is rewarding teachers for performance based on evaluation criteria. They also, as they thought about their plans, could use compensation and give additional money to teachers who took on additional roles and responsibilities, so teacher mentors, instructional coaches, other teacher leaders. They could reward teachers who teach in high-need schools or subjects. So again, places that are hard to staff, whether at the school level or the subject level, that was a criteria that's set forth in the policy. And then the final criteria was thinking about an alternative salary schedule. And you've had several of those come before you. You've got a couple on the agenda tomorrow. But some districts are really looking at their salary schedule as a way to implement this differentiated pay work. So we'll talk a little bit about what we're seeing across those criteria in just a minute. Before I get into the specifics, so just again a reminder of some of the communication and technical assistance that the state provided in supporting districts in this design and implementation process. We engaged with a lot of folks across the state, different organizations, through various regional meetings that happen, spring fiscal workshops, and working with financial consultants at the district level, a lot of the various advisory councils across the state that meet in our core offices and otherwise, and certainly a couple of different partners with expertise in this work, Battelle for Kids and Education Resource Services. And through that sort of collective conversation, we had a lot of folks involved in supporting this work as we worked with stakeholders across the state in the planning of these plans. Our biggest effort, though, was really this series of 4 deep dive sessions that provided tools and resources to some accelerated planning districts who opted to take on the role of sort of early design and development and worked closely with staff on my team as well as the folks at ERS who we hired to come in and support this and who had experience doing this in some other states. And this is really looking not just only at compensation, but again, at how compensation fits in sort of the broader human capital and talent management work. How do you attract and retain great teachers? And what does that look like in various districts of various sizes and in various locations across the state? We also provided a lot of resources and tools to all districts, so not just the ones that were in that accelerated planning cohort, but we built on the information that we shared and learned with that group to provide a number of different resources and webinars and sort of technical assistance opportunities to all of our districts as they worked to plan for this first year of implementation. So I wanted to, and again, you have the report in front of you, but I wanted to give some highlights from the report that you have and sort of summarize what we're seeing now across the state as we look at the first year of implementation. This slide shows that, again, across the different criteria laid out in the board's policy, we see a number of different plans, and many of these overlap. A lot of plans are not just utilizing one criteria, so the in count is more than 140. There's a lot of overlap, but we see a lot in terms of role differentiation and thinking about teacher leadership. We also see a lot in terms of hard to staff subjects and schools, and similarly in terms of performance criteria. And the least but still significant criteria was the salary modification. So we'll break each one of these down and look at some examples of districts that have taken on these various criteria and what that looks like in practice. So we'll start with the performance piece and talk about some of the districts that are using performance criteria as part of their pay plans. More than 1/3 of our districts chose to incorporate performance as part of their differentiated pay plans, and as you can see here, there was a number of ways that they took that on. Sometimes they were individual bonuses only, sometimes they were school and district and individual, or some combination thereof. It wasn't always just an individual teacher's performance, but it was also looking at sort of collective work at the school and district level. And so there's a number of ways that districts thought about performance if they chose to use that as part of their criteria. A couple specific examples, actually, is that right? Yes, in terms of how this was done. One way, and a sort of frequent way, was to look at the salary schedule itself and to create, instead of a step each year that was based on an additional year of experience, districts like Wilson County, which is the example highlighted here, base pay increases now, instead of being based on another year of experience, are based on performance. And so the overall evaluation score typically is how districts have thought about that, and that would be the indicator of your additional raise each year. And again, we had 14 districts that chose to incorporate a salary change based on performance each year. We have 34 districts that are implementing individual teacher-specific bonuses based on performance. Two examples are Henderson County and Jefferson County. In both cases, individuals are eligible for an annual bonus that's based, again, on their overall evaluation score. And so it ranges based on their score. In Henderson, that's anywhere from 300 to 500, depending on their evaluation score. And certainly not all teachers were eligible, but I think Henderson, 4 and 5 teachers. Yeah. We also have 15 districts that are implementing school and district bonuses. So not just looking at individual performance, but also at the school and district level. Union City was one that chose to do that, and they have a $400 bonus for school-level growth scores. So again, trying to incent all teachers to work together on school-level results. Warren County, similarly, is looking at their AMOs and giving a bonus to at the district level if they meet the majority of their AMOs. So different ways that districts are beginning to do this, which is interesting. And again, the collaboration across districts is also important because they're learning from each other as they take this on in sort of slightly different ways from district to district. Again, feel free to stop me if you have questions as we go. So by far the largest criteria that districts chose to incorporate was the role differentiation. So thinking about teacher leadership and how to reward teachers for taking on additional responsibilities at the school or district level. We had 111 districts that included compensation for additional roles and responsibilities. In some cases, this was an opportunity to create new roles and new responsibilities and new teacher leader pathways. In other cases, these were things that districts were already doing, and it was a chance to reward teachers for the work that they had already taken on. And we see a wide variety of roles in terms of how teacher leadership is playing out and what's eligible for additional compensation through these plans. A couple examples, though, again, around teacher leadership. Sullivan County has 102 new teacher leader and community leader roles that they developed as part of this work. Maury County has a $1,500 stipend for RTI squared coordinators, another important push that the district was making, and a need to recognize effective teachers to take on the work around RTI squared implementation. Some districts like Marion County thought about teacher mentors and using their level 4 and 5 teachers to support new teachers and giving those level 4 and 5 teachers, again, additional compensation for taking on that additional work. Similarly, tutors for students in Alamo City, an example of a district that's giving a stipend for level 4 and 5 teachers in math and reading to work with students who are behind grade level in terms of an after-school tutoring program. So really interesting stuff, and again, a place where districts are leading and learning from each other, and it's exciting to see teacher leaders and really effective teachers being asked to take on these important roles and to be able to earn compensation for doing so. Next is the hard to staff criteria. We had 69 districts who incorporated hard to staff and school or subject incentives. While there were some school incentives, so Carter County was one where we saw high-performing teachers who were willing to transfer to a low-performing school were eligible for a stipend. Most of these hard-to-staff are subject-specific. So looking at a district's sort of undersupply in various areas, and it was primarily math and science, so foreign languages and special education were other frequent subjects that districts chose to incentivize. But Rutherford County is one example. They have a $3,000 signing bonus for physics, chemistry, and math teachers because they'd identified that that was an area where they really struggled to get effective teachers, and so that's part of their plan. So again, another way that districts can begin to look at their supply and demand data and make choices about how to incentivize particularly areas where they struggle to find effective teachers. And then finally, the salary structure modifications. More than 1/4 of our districts make some kind of change to salary schedules. 35 in total modified in some way the experience and education criteria in their salary schedules. 14 of those constituted alternative salary schedules, and there's sort of a litmus test there. If it's a significant enough change, then it is one that comes to the board and is proposed as an alternative salary schedule. And that's when they eliminate years of experience as sort of the determining factor for increasing base pay. So we had 14 districts who chose to take that route. Other modifications, though, that wouldn't require alternative salary approval, Alcoa City consolidated from 10 education to 3 education lanes. So in terms of advanced degrees, they consolidated what was rewarded. Similarly, Hawkins County advanced degrees, they decided to earn additional compensation for advanced degrees, it has to be aligned to the current duties of the teacher, so in the subject or grade that they are teaching. And we saw a lot of districts eliminate the Master's plus 30 and some of the other sort of ancillary education lanes and sort of consolidate further from what had been the state minimum salary schedule. And the report goes into more detail on this, and we're posting that today as well on our website, and are excited to share, again, sort of what districts are doing in that respect. And while we're excited about the work of year one, we know that there's still a lot of work to go on this. And so as we look ahead, we plan to continue to support districts throughout this year as they think about revising and refining these plans for next year. We've posted all of the plans for 14-15 on our website. We'll be working across districts throughout the year as they sort of reflect and refine and propose again for next year any changes to their plans. And so that'll include a number of different sort of technical consultant opportunities. We'll meet one-on-one with districts and do that quite a bit. We have a compensation convening coming up later in November where we're pulling together existing sort of alternative salary districts, but also those that are interested in going in that route to learn from each other and provide some more opportunity to plan. And certainly in response to any feedback that we get, we'll tailor our supports accordingly. So again, just sort of in closing, I think this represents really important work that our districts are taking on. It's only part of the work, but it's an important piece to think about as we work to, the conversation about preparing teachers. How do we actually attract them into our classrooms and give them opportunities to grow and become teacher leaders and to be retained in districts across the state? So I think it's exciting. It's another place where Tennessee has really taken the lead, and we've seen our districts particularly take this on and make it work in the context of their local communities. So I'll stop there, and again, I've got Sylvia here. If you have specific questions, she and Laura have worked really diligently on this the last year, and happy to take questions.
Okay, question?
What are you hearing back, Sarah, from the schools who have made these changes? Are they all happy with what they've done? Or do they think they need to adjust further? Or
Have they found some things that aren't working?
Yeah, and it's still early. I mean, this is still just the first year of implementation, and we're still early in the year. I think it was interesting, and Sylvia can speak to this, the way the conversation changed, though, from the very beginning where we began to roll this out and with a lot of trepidation and a lot of anxiety, districts were kind of coming to the conversation. But in most every case, they really engaged their teachers, and where they did that, it was very successful, I think, in most cases because people felt a part of the process, and they used it as a way to look at the needs that they had at the district level and reward effective teachers and think about how to use compensation more strategically. I do think that because it was the first swipe at this, that we're going to have a lot of revisions and lessons learned as we think about, districts resubmitting plans for next year. Now, Sylvia, if you have other thoughts you want to add to sort of what you're hearing.
Yeah, a lot of our districts are starting to pay out on some of the bonus elements that they've created this year. So as data is coming back and they're finalizing their evaluation results, they're just getting out there to deliver some of these bonus checks. So I think we'll begin to learn a lot in the December, November timeframe from teachers.
We're seeing some interesting ways of doing that. Do you want to talk about some of the superintendents are handing them out personally and surprising teachers at their school? I mean, there's various ways that that's happening that's been fun to learn.
Okay, I think that there's been a lot more activity here than I guess I had anticipated, which I'm happy about. And I'm glad to see that the school systems have picked up the opportunity and are moving forward with it. Are there any situations where you see that they're setting in place something that is not financially sustainable? That's, some of them I've looked at, I wonder, I guess I have that question about whether they have really looked at the sustainability of the...
So I think the bulk of our technical assistance was really around creating plans that are sustainable, that you can implement within your existing funds. And so some of those sessions involve having conversations about the trade-offs and budget decisions that you need to make. So it's about thinking about your resources, figuring out how you want to reallocate those resources to devote to compensation as, a lever to improve your teaching force.
And that was certainly one of the things that we reviewed really closely as when the plans came in and would kind of in an iterative way go back and forth with districts if there were questions about the sustainability. I do think it was one of the ways that the ERS provider that we worked with was really instrumental. They had a really sophisticated sort of budgeting or modeling tool, I guess, that districts used and found pretty helpful as they sort of plugged in their numbers and made sure that the choices they were making were sustainable in their existing revenue streams.
Okay, I'm also delighted that you have as many school systems that are working with bonus systems as evident here. I really think that we need to encourage more on the bonus side, and that's on where you build it into the structure every time you do a change. But, I'm glad that you've got as many as you have working on bonus structure.
Yes.
Sarah, I was looking at the report that you gave, handed out the chart, I guess 3 charts that list, compare TVOS to salary, then years, and then education. What is the date of that data?
That was based on 12-13.
Yeah.
Yep, I think that was presented in February of 2013 to the state board, and that was what sort of drove the changes in the policy, is looking at our Tennessee-specific data.
And what I'm assuming we'll continue to track this as district, and hopefully the red gets smaller.
Yeah. Yes, but as you're pointing out, I mean, that'll be important to watch. I mean, that was one of the catalysts for the policy revision, was that we didn't see a connection between years experience and degrees. But yeah, that was, I think, 12-13 data.
Okay. Yep. Just a couple of things. One is, when we started down this path, one of the things that we kept stressing was that we wanted there to be a local control in decision making. That, you know, historically it seemed odd to us that Memphis operated on the same salary structure as Greene County, and it was just mandated that it be that way. And I think what you see when you look at the data is how localized this has been. People have really been thoughtful in thinking about what makes sense in my community and what are my needs. And so the plans differ a lot from place to place. And I think what's going to be exciting is over the next 5 years, districts will be able to look at each other and see what's working from place to place and make adjustments accordingly. The other thing I would note is some of the facets of the role and hard-to-staff plans also involve performance. Even though they're not called performance, you only get to assume certain roles if you have a high enough level of performance, which I think is great. It's creating leadership paths for high-performing educators, and that's something that educators have asked for forever. How do we have a leadership path without leaving and going into administration? And that's what this is doing.
Thank you. I meant to point that out because it is one of the eligibility criteria for most of our programs, or most of our districts that have that as part of their plan.
Okay. Other questions? Yes.
And I'm bringing this up because there's something with Shelby County tomorrow too, and it goes back to advanced degree. And I'm wondering about, like in Hawkins County, the advanced degrees must be aligned with current duty. What about teachers that are already teaching? Are they taking those away? Or?
No, let Sylvia.
No, in most cases, this is for teachers who are considering going down a degree path. That degree choice must be aligned with their current responsibilities. So you couldn't go, say, get a master's in theology and teach math and get rewarded for that, as an example.
But again, and based on the requirement that no teacher make less under the new policy, as Sylvia said, these were things that were new policies that districts took on for new teachers or those that were thinking about going back to school.
So you would never lose what you had already earned.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Are we ready to move forward? Need to take a break or ready to move forward? Ready to move forward, huh? Okay, let's go. Emily? You're on.
Good morning. Is this working? Can
Yeah, but
everybody hear me okay?
it's afternoon, I think.
Okay.
We feel like it out there.
Fair catch. Can you hear me?
So you were just
I don't
I don't think that the,
helpful power button. Good afternoon, everybody. I am joined here today by Monty Wilson, who's our Director of Textbook Services, and Rebecca Wright, who's our Coordinator for Policy and Communications. And tomorrow you will be presented with the final list of math textbooks for adoption this year. We wanted to share some information about the process and some general updates about the state of textbook review in Tennessee. And as a bit of context on this moment in time, the textbook review cycle was changed 2 years ago to pull up the math review process. And that was done because districts were expressing dissatisfaction with the alignment of their resources and the rigor of the new standards. As a note, districts in Tennessee spent about $76 million on the math adoption the last time that process went through. And we know from research that the task that a student completes in mathematics drives their learning considerably. So the quality of the tasks that students are given matters immensely. And the textbook commission determined that a change in the cycle would make sense so that we could complete the math review in a more timely fashion. So we wanted to speak today about the process changes that were made for this math review, including information about the advisory panels and the public review process, and then also share some information about updated changes to the textbook review cycle moving forward, which would affect the cycle of reviewing standards in anticipation for those textbooks. Finally, there was legislation last year that affects textbook adoption, and we have a summary of those changes for you as well. Generally, I would say that there is a strong desire from districts to be able to trust the quality of the resources that are approved through the review process. However, over the past several years, it's been my observation that most bids are accepted. And so this past year, the Textbook Commission took great care to do two things. First of all, to increase the rigor of the rubric, the selection process for reviewers, and the training of reviewers to ensure that only those products that truly meet the standards are approved. And second, to move to a two-phase review process that would allow publishers to have more of an opportunity to actually get feedback and make changes to their product to meet the expectations. So a few changes of note. The rubric was designed with two different components. Section 1 are called the non-negotiables. And the two non-negotiables for the math review were focus and rigor. In working with groups of educators to determine this rubric, it was really determined that if the rigor of the textbook does not match the rigor of the standards, that should be a non-negotiable. In addition, the shifts of the standards place a real focus on making sure that we are moving away from racing through a mile-wide, inch-deep curriculum in math and moving to more depth of focus. So one non-negotiable was also that the focus of the curriculum must match the focus of the standards. So the rubric, the reviewers reviewed each product against those non-negotiable components. If they were not met, then the product was not advanced in the process. Section 2 includes additional criteria which also look at the standards for math practice, the coherence of the curriculum, and the usability. For the first time this past year, district submissions were permitted. So in addition to publishers having the opportunity to put forth bids, we opened up the process so that districts, several of whom are working on creating their own local curriculum, could also submit bids. We had several express interest, though no districts follow through with that this year, but that will continue to be an option into the future. So after the first review of those non-negotiables, publishers were given feedback on whether their product was deemed to meet or not meet those components, and then they had a 6.5-week period to make any changes and resubmit their products. Many publishers did use that time to look at the feedback and made changes, and then those were re-reviewed by the reviewers. Others did not make changes. The second area that we made changes to the review process is around the rigor of the selection of the reviewers and their training. We had 57 applicants for approximately 30 reviewers needed, and for the first time this year, we introduced a 3-phase process that required not only statement of interest, but also actual analysis of a math task and the creation of a math task. So in the past, reviewers had to express information about their credentials, and that's how they were selected. This year, they actually had to review curriculum, and that's how they were selected. I believe we had Scott participate in some elements of that process, as well as members of the textbook commission. And then after the selection of the reviewers was complete, reviewers received 2 days of in-depth training on the screening instrument, and this was content training. In the past, most of the training of textbook reviewers was about the process, when they would get the books and how to go about reviewing it. This time we focused intensely on what is focus and what is rigor. And 100% of the reviewers felt that they knew how to use the reviewing instrument in order to review textbooks, with 2/3 actually strongly agreeing that they felt confident. The training received rave reviews from the reviewers, but it was intensely rigorous. And this led to an outcome of 16 publishers submitted bids. After the Section 1 review, 1 publisher withdrew, 4 withdrew individual titles, and then 3 of the 15 publishers had met the non-negotiables after the first review. 8 publishers met the non-negotiables after follow-up review. So 11 publishers total had their instructional materials pass the non-negotiable review. In addition, this process did allow for public input. Math samples were available at 10 review sites, and there was an electronic public feedback form available, which is quite different than last year with social studies. We did not actually receive even 1 comment through the public review period this year. Beginning with the next adoption cycle, and this we'll touch on in the legislative changes, all instructional materials are going to be available online. So we will no longer have just physical depositories. Every single bid will be available from any computer with internet access. So I think before I move into the textbook cycle, in your packet you have the list that will be coming to you tomorrow for review. I do want to note 2 things. One of the titles here is completely free, and one of the titles is completely online. Most of the titles have an online component, but one is only available online. So in the end, the textbook reviewers and the textbook commission felt that this represented a step forward in the rigor of the review, and that the titles available here represent much higher quality resources than are currently available in classrooms. So before I talk about the changes to the cycle moving forward, perhaps we want to pause, Mr. Chairman, about any questions on the math review.
Any questions?
Understood. Everything's all going to be online.
Everything for the review process will be online next year. Now, most products at this point are online. Very few are only paper-based.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Fielding, just, this is probably obvious from the presentation, but this is such a massive sea change in the process that I just want to note how massive the change. I mean, historically, we basically had publishers come to us and say, you know, here's Florida's math book. Here you go. And it is an incredible sea change and a culture change in relationship between the Textbook Commission and the publishers, for the Textbook Commission to say to the publishers, Tennessee educators have reviewed your materials and found them wanting. Now you get a chance to make some changes and come back, which people then have done. But it's fundamentally realigned the control in the process. And I would also just note the fact that there is a math textbook that will be adopted and available to districts that is free. It does not cost any money. Is obviously a pretty interesting development.
There are many familiar names that did not make it through this process and expressed their frustration very, very clearly.
Okay. Other questions? Okay.
Great. So 2 other short updates. In your packet, you also have, I realize it's very small, so we included a copy of the previous textbook adoption schedule, and then that includes replaced on September 22nd, and then the new adoption cycle. The cycle for the review of textbooks is the responsibility of the Textbook Commission, but we wanted to share this information with you because it does affect the standards review process and timeline, and because there are some important shifts. A committee led by the chair of the Textbook Commission, Dr. Craig Hammond, met with districts from across Tennessee to look at our previous textbook review process. And they identified several challenges with that cycle. One is that ELA, English Language Arts, subjects are reviewed in different times across 6 years. So 1 year you would be looking at reading, and then 3 years later you would be looking at English Language Arts. There were some subjects that at this point were outdated in terms of textbook subject areas for review. And the committee came together, and after careful deliberation and several cycles of looking at different options, proposed this new cycle. And we would be in the process of completing Cycle F and the review for math and moving into Cycle A. One thing that we did is split out career and technical education subjects and general education subjects, just visually to understand what's being adopted when, and aligning the CTE subjects with the appropriate general ed subject. This new cycle would combine all of the ELA subjects into 1 year. And then it also adds a year where there are some career and technical education titles that would be bid, but is actually a year that districts would have more latitude in terms of their purchasing without a general education review. So instructional technology that year would allow districts to use their textbook dollars to purchase technology. There would still be a few CTE subjects, but it creates more latitude for district flexibility. Finally, as I mentioned, legislation was enacted last year that makes some significant changes to the Textbook Commission operations A summary of those changes is included in your packet. We're not going to read through each of them individually, but I'll say a few of the most significant changes. One is the reduction of the bond. So in the past, we've heard that smaller publishers have had difficulty competing in Tennessee because of the very lofty bond. In fact, we were the only state that had a $1 million bond required. And the legislation does reduce that to $10,000, which is more in line with other states. And we've already heard that this will make a big difference to the number and variety of bids. It also enacted changes that put more pressure on the publishers to ensure the book's accuracy and certify that the books have been examined by qualified content experts. There were some changes made to the district panels, so the inclusion of parents and community members in those district review processes. And then the constitution of the commission will change, and at the end of this year, the current commission will be vacated with new appointments made in a different manner than the appointments in the past. Finally, all review materials must be available online to ensure broader public access during the review period. The math cycle is also included in your packet, and we are coming to the end of that process. The Textbook Commission also adopted the process for reviewing this next series of books, which is a small number of CTE courses, and that process is also in your packet. In blue on the back are the dates that those titles would come to the board. I would just close by saying I think that the Textbook Commission and certainly all of the members of our team are very committed to continuing to make the Tennessee review process best in class. We think that it's important that it is a privilege earned only through quality, not a right of all to be on the textbook list in Tennessee, and that there is real power in making sure that the review instrument is strong, the right people are selected, and the training is good, and that we continue to take a courageous attitude to ensure that only those titles that meet the highest bar are included.
Okay. Question for Emily? Okay. Good
Thank
work.
you all.
I'm still infatuated with the free textbook thing. I don't, from a business standpoint, I haven't worked out understanding it. I guess there's a reason. They've got some motivation for it being free.
Well, the title that is no cost in its online form is Eureka Math, and it was created as part of an effort to create publicly available curricula that meet high standards. And I think that there are a number of districts, including districts in Tennessee, that are actually interested in having their teachers come together using open source materials to create textbook series, essentially, that they feel can compete with even the best products that are out there. Now, I think publishers have an important role to play in ensuring that we have high quality content in front of every child, and that there's an important partnership that we need to have together. I think the fact that we are giving them feedback on their product and giving them the chance to make changes is unique to the country, and something that I think will allow us to work together to make sure that those products are strong. But I do think we're going to see a diversity of sources of good content over the coming years, and that the Tennessee process should be and is open to all sources.
Great. Okay. Good job. Appreciate it. Good work.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, we'll move now to Office of Research and Policy, Current Research Projects. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I now know. Afternoon, not morning. Thank you.
Sure. This presentation today, I think, is purely informational, but it is to inform you more about our research process given two different dynamics at work. So as you know, number one, all of us and all of you have a very, very strong interest in making sure that the decisions that we make in the department are informed by the best research possible, that we are acting on our data and acting in ways that make sure that the programs that we run over the next few years are driven by new strategies and are effective. That said, there are a lot of legitimate concerns out there right now about the amount of data that we collect and how we use that data. And so what I want to show you today is the process that we follow within the department to make sure that we are both allowing research to get done that will inform our processes while also protecting the data that we have. I'll speak quickly about the department structure that we have, what research gets done where. I'll speak quickly about our research approval process, and then I'll outline for you some of the most exciting projects that we have going on. Pursuant to the new privacy laws, all of the projects for which all of the projects that we approve confidential data provision for will be available to you online. The way we organize research in the department is to think about the research that we do internally. That's my group, the Office of Research and Policy. And what we conduct a lot of internal research. This is research that's done by TDOE staff aimed at the decision makers within the department. Quick turnaround research. Studies of our rate of AP test taking and which schools are taking APs, which schools aren't, and what we can do to support schools more in the full spectrum of early post-secondary opportunities. An investigation of the implementation of our teacher evaluation policies, what new supports are needed, how this looks different district to district. We try very hard to make the research that my team does immediately actionable, but there's a lot that we can't do, and there's a lot that makes sense to farm out to other researchers. The work that we farm out to other researchers is work that, number one, might be something that we actually want an independent voice on. We want to be able to have someone come in from outside and say, does this work or does this not, untainted by the opinions of anyone in the department. There's work that we want to be particularly rigorous and want to stand up in the best research journals in the country to be able to say, this is what people have looked at in Tennessee and this is what everyone can learn from Tennessee across the nation. And so, and there's work that is going to last over a 3 to 5 year period rather than a 3-month period that we think of as the biggest questions that we are trying to take on in the department, and we know will continue to be questions not only next year, but 5 years down the line. This is the work that we partner up with external researchers on. And as you likely know, the laws around the privacy of student-level data include a research provision that says if this data is being used at the behest of the Department of Education for the improvement of educational programs, we can, on occasion, provide confidential data. So we look very, very carefully at the partnerships that we're creating and try to create partnerships that, again, are both for the improvement of our programs and for the long-term improvement of our programs. The way the process works. We begin with a research request, and this is something that is slightly different, I think, in our state than a lot of states. In many states, most external research is taking place because a researcher at a university or at a think tank or at a research firm comes to a department or a district and says, I have this project that advances my own agenda. Can I use your data to do it? We try very, very hard to start earlier in the process, to think about what are the projects that will advance educational opportunities for students in Tennessee, and identify those major questions, and identify the best researchers across the country who have done work in this area, who are considered at the top of the top, and who are considered unbiased in this area. We reach out to them often and work together to identify the project that will advance educational opportunity. So that's the stage of this research request. We look for high-quality researchers who are willing to work in partnership. To us, working in partnership means delivering regular reports to us in a variety of formats which provide ongoing information not only to those people who are versed in high-quality statistics, but those to all of us who are working on these issues and want to learn more. These requests go through a group within the department we call our Research Advisory Council. That council is formed of all the leadership in the department and looks at these requests to see, do these fit the criteria that I outlined on the previous slide? Are these requests that will advance our long-term agenda? Are they aligned to state priorities? Are they feasible? And will they inform state practice? Is this a project that could be interesting to academics but will not be interesting for the practitioners who are making these decisions? Or is this a project that we can conceivably see the results changing what we do in Tennessee? We then move on to our Research Review Committee. Very similar names, but the Research Review Committee is composed of our General Counsel, our legislative liaison, and they look much more closely at the data protection aspects of these projects to make sure that everything that we are doing both follows the law, but also feels like it is the right decision under every element of data privacy that we would want to take into account. Finally, at that point, we do provide some confidential data to these projects, and we have typically about 10 to 15 of these projects going on at one time. The final slide I want to show you is just a set of a few of the projects that we have as ongoing partnerships. I'll describe each one of these for about a minute and would love to take any questions about any of these projects or the others. But the reason I have these up there here is I think that we're actually doing really exciting work, and I think many of these projects will inform the decisions that we make over the next few years and want you to know they exist. This first one, evaluating the effectiveness of Tennessee's voluntary pre-K program, being done by some of the best early childhood researchers in the country at Vanderbilt University. This is a project that the governor has repeatedly referred to as he has tried to create his own strategy around pre-K in Tennessee. And so they are in the third year of a randomized study where students were assigned either to voluntary pre-K or not. We're trying to see what difference does this make for student outcomes, both over the short term and the long term. Developing an instructional coaching model in Tennessee. As you all know, Emily Barton's team put together the Common Core coaching model over the summers, where teachers trained other teachers in rigorous instruction. And the piece that we have left out of that up until this point, I think, was how to think about instructional coaches and instructional supervisors all across the state. The group that we've partnered with on this is the same group at the University of Pittsburgh that originally designed our Common Core coaching model. They are now working with us. We have a grant of a few $1 million to begin to create a model of instructional coaches that can be used during the year, not only during the summer. And we have what we call a continuous improvement grant, where we recruit a small set of coaches initially, track them every 3 months, bring them back together to refine this model that we will eventually scale up across the whole state over the next couple of years. Implementing and evaluating an evaluation partnership program. as you know, one of the major reasons for implementing teacher evaluation policy is to create cycles of ongoing feedback where teachers are learning where they might improve and finding ways to improve. The difficulty that people across the country are having with this is figuring out that last step. How do you take the feedback that's coming from the evaluations and turn that into better teaching? And that has been a consistent puzzle, although there is some evidence that this feedback can make a big difference to people's teaching. Some of the early evidence comes from Cincinnati, where several researchers studied the effect of going through an evaluation process on veteran teachers' teaching and found that in the years following the feedback they received from that evaluation process, they significantly improved their teaching, and that effect lasted over several years. The researchers that did that are these researchers that we're working with at Brown and Stanford universities, John Pepe, John Tyler, and Eric Taylor. And they have now helped us create a program that we are piloting in a number of schools across Tennessee to take teachers, to look at the evaluation results coming back to teachers and not look at which teachers are getting high ratings or low ratings, but look at the specific skills that teachers are getting feedback on. Are you good at questioning? Are you good at giving student feedback? And trying to match teachers, again, not just teachers who are particularly successful and teachers who are particularly unsuccessful, but teachers who are successful at doing one thing and create collaborative relationships between them and the teachers in the same school who are struggling with this skill. There is initial evidence after a pilot program in Jackson-Madison last year that this actually makes a huge difference to how much teachers improve in their areas of reinforcement, and we're now expanding this across the state. Finally, this last one is one that we are just beginning, but I also think is exciting, the effectiveness of 12th grade math remediation options. This is a study of the SAILS program and Bridge Math in 12th grade. As you know, SAILS has become a crucial part of the governor's platform around the Drive to 55 and the Tennessee Promise, because this 12th grade program helps students to avoid remediation once they go on to post-secondary. And we have partnered up with THEC, with the people who created SAILS, and with researchers at both Vanderbilt and Harvard to try to understand better how these programs work, which of them work, and what kinds of long-term outcomes they affect, both for changing what we're offering at the 12th grade level, but also for possibly changing the pipeline into post-secondary and changing what post-secondary schools do. I think that up until this point, at least as I've been here, there have been relatively few collaborations on research between THEC and the post-secondary side and the K-12 side, as we are all starting to think much more about the bridge between those two, between K-12 and higher ed. I think it's very exciting that we're now starting research partnerships as well. Are there any questions I can answer on that?
Okay. Any questions? Certainly some good work going on here. Delighted to see that we're moving in this direction, have these projects underway.
Thank you.
Very, very worthwhile. Any questions? Okay. Hey, appreciate it. Good job. Okay, we'll move now to adult high school and testing.
All right, I think I'm taking the lead, and do you need me to talk into the mic for that? Is Deb here? Deb, you might want to come over here to correct all my errors. So just an advance warning. So this is an issue that doesn't require a vote by the board. It's ultimately just a policy decision. But I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that the state board was aware that the policy decision had been made, so that if people have questions or want to raise flags about the way of doing this, they can do it. And so I'm going to try to describe the question and the decision, and I'll turn to Deb to make sure that I get it right. And so we've had two state board policies over time that came into tension. We had an assessment provision within high school policy, and we had an adult high school policy. So adult high schools are the high schools where generally students who didn't graduate from high schools are coming back and taking classes to go. And so many years ago, high school students were required to pass the test to graduate, as you all know, and that became the gateway test requirement, which was in place then until 2009, when with the new standards, students no longer had to pass gateway in order to graduate. They had to meet their credit requirements, and they were beefed up credit requirements. So you have to take more credits in more rigorous courses in order to graduate. You don't have to pass gateway. So the question has been, what is the standard for people who are going back to get a degree, who were in high school before? And it used to be that the standard was you have to meet the requirements that were in place at the time that you were in high school. Well, that could be interpreted to mean that someone would need to pass a gateway test, which students no longer are required to pass in order to get a degree. And so upon questions, the board has interpreted this to mean that you can take the gateway test, or you can meet today's requirements for students who back in the day met their requirements but hadn't passed the gateway. So you can do either or. You can either pass the gateway, or you can go to the adult high school and take the new credits that would be required in order to graduate today. And so we want to make sure that everybody understands that that's the interpretation, that we're not saying to everybody, you have to go back and take gateway. Did I get all that right?
Pretty much.
Okay. When you say pretty much, what did I mean?
Nothing, actually. They'll have two choices, which is what you said.
Yeah.
So they'll have two choices. They either go back and stay under their old catalog, or they go back and go under the new catalog, kind of like college.
So it's a slightly different interpretation than had been in the past, where we were basing it based on what the requirements were when you were in high school. But this way, it's sort of the concept is it's harder now because you got to take more classes, but you have to test then, and so we give you sort of two choices between them, rather than saying you have to pass the gateway, which is what we used to say. So again, no vote, but because it's a change, there are a million adults out there who don't have a high school diploma, and especially with the push on the Drive to 55, there is a renewed push to get more of those folks back to get their high school diplomas and to carry on into community college. And so we just want to make sure that everyone feels comfortable with that interpretation.
Okay, any questions?
So are there any that come back that are free gateway requirements?
So we have had a diploma assessment requirement in Tennessee since the 70s, late time in there. We went from proficiency to competency to gateway. Each time we transitioned from one to the other, the rule was you had to pass the precursor. So the folks who have been under any of those would have to pass the gateway. Proficiency and competency were both only English language arts and math. So they would come and take the gateway English language arts or math, whichever they needed, but they wouldn't be required to take science because that was not part of their curriculum requirements. So if, I have friends who didn't graduate and are now becoming grandparents and want to get a high school diploma because their grandkids are, they can show up at an adult high school, and either take the test or, thank you, Scott, either take the test or take the courses they need.
What kind of numbers we're talking about here that are in this category?
During the gateway years from 2000 to 2009-10, we had hundreds of thousands of students who did not graduate. Prior to that, I'm honestly not sure that precedes my tenure, but
I've been here since 2000, so I know we had hundreds of thousands, most of whom did not pass the math. So I think Kevin's right with the close to 1 million over 30 years. So last year we tested somewhere in the neighborhood of 500, 800 kids on the gateways between 3 administrations. Bear in mind, some of those students are special education students who were enrolled as freshmen in that last 08, 09 or prior years who haven't turned 22 yet and are still under the gateway requirement and haven't moved to an adult high school. Now, a student can enroll in an adult high school at the age of 16, I believe. I'm not sure, maybe 18. Somewhere in there. 17? 17 in the middle. So 17, so they can drop out of regular high school, go to adult high school. Anybody that age under this, anyway.
Okay. What? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir.
So we'll take that as comfort with the policy.
Yeah, seems to me that it makes sense. I mean, it's a practical way to approach it. Okay, very good. Questions on the agenda for tomorrow? One thing that I hope you will be excited about, I do plan to take items 2F through O as one item in case you got something you want to pull out and handle separately. That's all of the core standards that are there that I think are very well done. I don't see a need to address each one individually, so unless there's some objection, we'll handle those as a block. When you do it.
I'll save my stuff and stuff, but just for tasks on the charter school performance framework. Yes, let's put you on spot, but I should have noticed this in the first reading, and I didn't. Just on page 6, and then
now,
again
which
on
one are you on?
I'm sorry, it is 3K.
Mm-hmm.
So the rating chart on page 6 and page 8, it may be just me, but gap closure, false far below, that language is confusing. Does not meet AMO in all subgroup categories. Sounds like they have to meet it in every one or they're falling far below. So I didn't know if it would be better to does not meet AMO in any subgroup category or meet AMO in no subgroup category, just to be, I know that's picky, but when I read it, I had to read through it twice.
So does not meet AMO in any? Is that
just as clearer? This makes it look like they have to meet it in all or they fall there, right?
right? So what this is saying is that if you do not meet in any of the categories.
Right. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. Okay. Right. That was one. And then I had 2 more questions. Page 4, the first line on academic performance, the most important indicator of success of a charter school is academic performance. And then page 9, financial performance, the most important indicator of short-term and long-term success of charter schools is financial performance. Those seem to be contradictory to me. One is probably the most important, and so I didn't know. I mean, I know it's picky, but
yeah, and I think you're very right. I mean, I think those are just, we can think about changing, and before tomorrow, think about changing the finance, because I do think that it's important to note that a large percentage of the failures that we see in charter schools is due to finance. So I will think about over tonight kind of rewording that.
Okay, but you see, I still think it makes sense to have both the most important, one or the other. And that's all my thinking.
Okay.
Can we talk about procedurally how that would work?
Sorry?
Procedurally, probably the cleanest way to handle that is for you to
reiterate
that tomorrow and sort of says us where you're going with that, and then this verbal amendment would be adopted, and then you pass that out as the final piece.
Okay.
As amended.
Okay.
Okay, other Other questions? What is the, and the question I'm going to ask tomorrow, but maybe we can get it done. The cursive writing standard, Emily isn't here. What is the effective date of that? And ought to be an easy answer.
What item is that?
It's item 3D.
Chairman, I believe that's for next school year, to begin next school year.
Okay.
But that would not prevent schools from teaching it now who want to include it.
Well, we just need feedback on that one. I guess I'm getting some teachers that, we don't have time to teach what we're now teaching, and adding cursive is a pretty big additional. And I know where it comes from, and I don't think we got much choice in it right now, but.
What I've heard mainly is concerned with second grade and developmental skills and being able to begin to make complex stuff.
I'm hearing that too. It seems like it's kind of combined with, we got more than we take away, so we'll write down what was being added that we aren't necessarily enthusiastic about.
Well, at least on second grade cursive, it's right.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions about the agenda for tomorrow? Yeah, well, that's we can always use some time. It's been a long day, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Okay, any other questions? Okay, for tonight, we got bands.
At 10 after 5, I'll pick you up at the Maxwell House Hotel. So could you give me a show of hands, those of you who know you'll be riding with me at 10 after 5. Okay, so the van will leave the Maxwell House at 10 after 5, and I'll take you to the location and then bring you back to the Maxwell House. Mr. Johnson will pick you up on this.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay, very good. Good meeting.